We are now live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bruships 195. We are 5 episodes off to 200. 5.
Lord, are we really?
Episodes off 200. Yep. Bruships 200. Yeah, I know.
Good gravy.
It's a weird thing when you realise that. That's what he's been doing. I am considering what to release on Spreadshirt as a special for it, and as something people can have as some sort of commemorate thing. I just don't know what to do. I honestly don't know.
It's quite funny that I'm only 100 behind you.
Yeah.
So when you hit your 200, I think I'll be 3 away from my 100.
Yeah.
So that's a weird coincidence, isn't it?
Now I'm gonna say this, and we'll see if questions work. Powder Monkey Test, I think that was Jonathan Moon, so that would be Twitch, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's yes. Twitch.
So Twitch is working.
Twitch is working. Hello, Paul. Hello, Stafford. Hello, everyone in chat. Let's see if we can say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Ali Loves History.
Hold
hello,
your
Michael
questions,
Cooch.
Everyone.
Hello, everyone.
What? Oh, okay, it's working.
It's working.
I think it picked up Michael's Couch's question.
It's picking up questions.
Is it going to pick up Bowmeal Boy's question?
We'll see. Is it going to? I think so.
Wrong Gazenberg, wrong syntax. It doesn't look like it's grabbed Bowmeal Boy's question. Let me check the archive.
Calvin Gazenberg, the exclamation mark goes before the Q&A. You put it after it.
It didn't send a response, but it did grab it.
It's picking them up. I'm getting Discord messages from your Discord server, which I have also opened, going, they've come in.
Yeah.
So while they're coming in, and don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to go close the door because it's open and it keeps banging. And I don't know why my sister left the outer door open.
Alright, and then let me get Bruships chat here open. Alrighty, I'm going to step away. Hello, Green Welly. I don't think I have seen you in Dr. Clarke's chat before. I'm going to step away for a hot minute and just check on my printer because I've got a filament change mid-print.
Oh, what? That's a.
Oh, what are you printing?
3D print. That's a hard thing. Filament change mid-print. I'm guessing your printer doesn't allow you to stack in multiple filaments?
No, I never saw the point of having a multi-filament printer until I saw the point of having a multi-filament printer. Ooh, I get to start off Bruships by banning somebody! Yes!
Who are you banning?
Oh, who are you banning and why? Whoopee. Praise be to the almighty Ruhnon.
Is someone trying to is someone trying to do advertisements in the chat?
Yep.
We're doing well, but we've only got we haven't got that many people here for one at the moment for some reason. Normally we have more than this. It's good, it's nice, it's intimate, but usually we have a lot more than 27 and 6. So I'm wondering what's happened.
I have a suspicion.
A lot of your Americans are currently getting drunk and doing stupid things while drunk. So.
I would also say that applies to a lot of the British people as well, because lest we forget, it is bank holiday. It is a bank holiday Monday tomorrow, so that also applies on this end of the channel.
Don't take this the wrong way, but usually for Bruships for some reason, and I will say this with the kindness in all my heart, usually that actually increases the number of listeners and viewers because for some reason some people do like to listen to it drunk.
Don't get me wrong.
Dragon, that was my kill.
I will admit, Dr. Clarke, funnily enough, one of my favourite things to do when I am sitting in a pub is put on an old Bruships or Ramblings or Dry Dock that is one of my favourites.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially if I'm not with somebody, and just listen to it.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, Ruhnon. I was already in position and everything. I actually had the mod view open this time.
Execute Order 66, I guess.
No, I think it's Order 65 or 64 at that point.
You know, the inhibitor chips that Disney decided to retcon into the clones because I'm not going to get started in that one.
It made it easier for them to make them go in they'll not be guilty, because otherwise they'd have been guilty.
The previous one was, massive psycho indoctrination, but
some of them were.
Excuse me, guys. Black Horse. The bot is currently active for once.
Yeah,
so
Black
you
Horse.
can use your Powder Monkey commands.
So it's
Oh, hey, John Shea. Thanks for joining over on Twitch.
Hello. How are you all doing? Yeah, that you. The sheer amount of people who send me messages, usually on Discord, with what whiskey they're drinking, because I'm drinking Iron Brew, and I go, okay. And then there's usually sometimes responses, so how many glasses do you have this evening? And the most I've heard was someone who said, I had 36 glasses of whiskey this evening. And I went, that can't have been from the same bottle. Apparently they'd been listening.
Finally, a worthy accuracy.
They'd been listening whilst at a distillery tasting.
All right, well, that's not really a glass, then, is it?
Yeah, that's cheating.
No, this is my family, the Scottish section of it, and they do not do tastings by half. She has an absolute cast iron liver.
So that section of the family does not have a blood alcohol content. It has an alcohol blood content.
Yeah, if you found one in the nicest way, they are the family which, how do I put this politely? They almost all have, in their positions, all have drivers, so they don't have to do the driving themselves.
Well, as the saying goes, rank doth have its privileges.
Yeah.
And good on them for being responsible.
Yeah.
What is the legal limit in Britain?
Also, because I'm fairly certain if my mother was saying "I told you so" that loudly, they would not want to live it down. So they decided that the drivers were the better investment. You have to deal with my mum saying "I told you so," or you get a driver. Which are you gonna have?
I'll get the driver. It's going to be cheaper.
Yep.
As much as it may cost, it's still going to be cheaper.
I need to reach the question button to release a question, Big Fluff. Can I please get past it? Can I? I can. Thank you. So, Michael Cooch, your question arrived. If all the R-Class were given the Royal Oak upgrade pre-World War II, what impact would the modernisation have on their usage, and would it have an impact on the war? Not really on the overall war. It would have made them slightly more useful in any combat scenario and slightly more of a threat, but they've probably been used as much the same. But it would mean that we'd be basically talking about them having had an upgraded fire control, upgraded system, so that they'd be far more lethal. If they were in, let's say, instead of me going, oh, they're probably going to die. If they get confronted by, they'll do some damage, but they'll definitely die. If Bismarck and Sharnos decide to, if let's say Sharnos and Eisenhower decide to fight it out with an R-Class, which would be very stupid for them. The actual answer would be, well, they've had their upgrade package of their gunnery, fire control. They are suddenly as lethal as Warspite in terms of fire control. This might not go well for the terrible twins. In fact, it's the odds of them they will possibly still win that fight, but the odds of it being a Pyrrhic victory, where both of them are sufficiently damaged that that they are not getting home, and one of them's sunk, becomes a lot higher. I don't know what the rest of you are going to think of that one, but if you look up the Royal Oak upgrade package, it basically upgrades the AA ability and upgrades the fire control. Gives them a bit of other things as well, but you know.
It definitely.
Doesn't it also get rid of the casemates as well?
Yes.
It removes some of them, not all of them,
some,
as I recall.
Yeah. Have you eaten your dinner? Good boy.
And also, for anybody who's got ears out on my stream, I've tweaked the audio a little bit. So if there's any audio issues, just give me a shout, and I will.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's now doing the question received.
Hey,
I think
victory!
Maybe just needed a minute to wake up and smell the coffee. And for whatever it's worth, I do have the bot live on my stream. And while I would need to release the stuff from my computer, it will still output to Discord.
That's good. So, let's see. Next question.
We have 30 in the queue, so I'm going to go and set this to index for now.
Okay. I will go questions closed for now. We've got 30. We're going to wait till we're then going to get through them, and then we'll get more, and hopefully it will still be working. Hopefully.
Well, if nothing else, we've given Steve a break for the third to first half of Bruships. So
yeah, that's nice of us. That's generous and kind of us.
Yes, I still owe Steve a decent dinner, or at least as decent as a immigrant electrician can purchase over in the UK.
Oh, you'll be fine. Steve, I'm fairly sure you like a carvery, don't you? Just put it in the chat if you do or don't.
I'm too American.
Huh?
You don't know what that is. I'm too American, but I'm going to go get my iron brew now.
That's good. We're going to have to explain to Ruhnon what a carvery is, aren't we?
Yes!
We are. It's an important thing. We're going to have to explain it. Steve has said yes, Steve does like carveries.
No, Jonathan Moon, I am, for better or worse, still located on Conus. I am waiting to get word back from, immediately right now, a standards agency over in the UK. Okay. So I can see if it's feasible for me to get my certificates
Next question.
online.
Which of the group?
To UK employers.
Okay. Hello. Someone has signed up on Twitch. Let me check who on Twitch.
Thank you for the subscription, John Shea.
Thank you, John Shea. Thank you for the subscription. Who wants to take the job of explaining to Ruhnon, whilst I get the questions sorted out and some things lined up, what a cavalry is? Who feels they're best to explain it? Okay,
I'll do it.
But if you're not doing well enough, Foxxo's the designated neuterer. Carry on.
So, basically, a carvery is where you go into a pub, and they will have sort of like a self-serve buffet, and you'll get a ticket for one meal, usually. And what that means is you'll go to the carvery self-serve, and you'll basically say, I want... Usually, it varies depending on which pub it is and what they're feeling that particular day, but usually it can mean anything from, they'll usually have bacon, stuffing... various flavors of meat, so chicken, pork. Pork's quite popular with carvery. Chicken, pork, beef. Lots of veg.
Foxxo want to help
It's basically as simple as that. No, that don't need any help. That is a carvery. That's what it is.
Carvery is a Sun.
Carry on, Foxxo.
A carvery is essentially a Sunday. A carvery is essentially a Sunday dinner.
Yes.
Okay, it kind of sounds like a single loop buffet, like we would have stateside.
Well,
yeah,
right.
Well, no, because then often they're not single loop.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
there's also primarily one major thing about a carvery that is very, very simple, but is one of the main reasons why they're called carveries. They're usually somewhere where meat has to be, in particular cooked joints, especially those that are carved. That makes sense with the name.
Yeah, and it's fresh meat that's cooked in front of you normally.
And
it's not normally cooked in front of you.
It's carved and diced in front of you.
Yeah,
it is that though.
It's initially carved to order in front of you, so you can go, oh, I'd like that bit. I'd like that bit, please.
It's not like a Wetherspoons where it's been microwaved.
Yeah. Bone Meal Boy.
Well, the Wetherspoons do have carveries.
Some do. Bone Meal Boy, how could the introduction of an 8-inch proximity fuse shell for the counties have affected the war? I'm fairly certain there would be a lot of Japanese pilots who would have significant emotional events. It was bad enough dealing with a few counties which remained the ability to elevate to 70 degrees without proximity shells. If they have it, and if they had it during Operation C... Well, if they'd had it during Operation C, then Dorsetshire and Cornwall might have... Well, they would have certainly gone down swinging. They'd probably still have gone down, but they'd have gone down swinging in a way which would not have been forgotten.
They wouldn't have done much, but occasionally a pilot would get vibe checked.
Well, no,
yes.
I was thinking more if they considering the ranges the 8-inch could allow them to engage at, and the fact the Japanese were not expecting the 8-inch to engage them at, with radar control, they can and the proximity, they could probably lob them into the center of the formations when they're far enough away that it would go boom in the middle of the formation, and there goes the formation, but also there goes a couple of aircraft when they're in the before they go into the strike format, but when they're in the flight, the flight grouping.
Yeah,
because they'd be in they do that within range of what the 8-inch could achieve. I for some reason have a very affectionate poodle currently lying on my chest. I am not quite sure why, but I do.
This is not the norm for you?
It is normal.
Yeah,
not usually during.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that Poodle 101?
Yes,
not during the live. You realize that Raleigh thinks that that Bruships should just be Raleigh ships.
Yes,
well, yes, that's just Raleigh.
Or really or realistically Raleigh biscuits.
Yes. Steve Clarke. Ice clearance on World War II aircraft in the Arctic. What measures were taken during operations in the Arctic? Is it why we don't see escort carriers on the Arctic convoys? It is certainly an issue with them on the Arctic convoys. They can't do deck storage of aircraft at all, and lifts sometimes even freeze up. But also you have the actual flying conditions they achieve, and they're often part of covering forces, but only to a certain point. There's often a carrier there anyway, a fleet carrier, up to a certain point as part of the covering forces. And then, theoretically, they move into the cover of the Soviet aircraft. But, yeah, it never works out quite like that. And escort carriers, as capable as they are, for what you're asking them to do, especially in the colder winter months, it's going to be very, very difficult.
I mean, I can just imagine, you see images and video of the Arctic convoys and the carriers that were assigned to them,
yeah,
and the amount of pitch and roll that those larger ships are having. And I'm just thinking about aircraft operations from a large carrier, and then I'm just trying to wrap my head around how a poor escort carrier is going to try and deal with that.
Well, it would certainly be having fun.
Yeah, just a bit.
Having a lot of fun. It would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. What would concern me more is, have you just seen the videos of just ships operating in the Arctic in general, where one bad night and they're just covered in feet of ice?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and the problem is that a lot of those escort carriers aren't the most stable.
Yeah.
Do they actually have stability issues?
Why is it people are telling my poodle to eat the orca?
No! Do not eat the orca. The orca is a good boy.
You will get this,
don't.
The reason I'm being I'm being more generous to him with biscuits than I probably should be, but that's because he's been underweight, and it's a reaction to some of the drugs he's been on for his ear. So he's getting more biscuits than he probably should have.
Don't worry, I won't tell the other Dr. Clarke, Geotechnical Edition.
Oh, don't worry, she's been worse than me. She's been giving him sausage. No. Anyway, next question. Stafford test. Oh, that worked. Lions, what happened to the North Korean ship and why did it sink? We're talking probably about what they call a destroyer, what I would not call a destroyer because it's size. And it's basically its issues when it's being launched. There is still a debate as to whether or not they're actually fitting the engines and the full power plant in the ships before they launch, which will affect their balance anyway. But the fact is, when you're doing a sideways launch, the trouble is if anything snags, the rest of the ship is still going. And so this is why you end up with the issues. It is one of the most efficient ways to launch in a confined space, and it is one of the safest ways to launch in a confined space. But it's like all things, it's a calculated risk. And in this case, the stern snagged and didn't carry on going, didn't have enough momentum or locked up, and the bow continued on, and it went thump. And basically the rest is as she wrote.
Yeah, one of the best ways I've heard them described is basically they're coast defense destroyers.
No.
They have exceptionally heavy missile armament.
No, not calling them coast defense destroyers. No circumstances. We are not getting back into this whole coast defense battleship versus battleship thing. Coast defense destroyers. Nope. They are, in the nicest way, air warfare frigates at best. I will accept air warfare combat ships for literal combat ships. I will not accept a coastal destroyer. If anyone tries to argue at me, I will literally go through the definition and go, no, a coastal destroyer is called a torpedo boat. They had them. That's what they were in history. Coastal destroyers were torpedo boats.
I think I struck a nerve.
Okay? We are not creating a whole new type of destroyer to suit the North Korean Navy, who are the only ones who are building it.
You will embrace the coastal defense destroyer. You cannot resist.
No. Coastal defense destroyer is called a torpedo boat.
Oh, that was fun. For once, I had the upper hand.
No. What you've just made is my estimation of your intelligence has dropped down a couple of notches.
That's not you getting a leg up. That's him preparing. Well, he doesn't even need to really prepare. That's just looking down at me of really. No, this isn't worth it. Walks out the door.
Black Horse, do you agree that USS Scorpion likely sunk because of a battery explosion, like Sunken Warship Secrets of the Deep said? You never said on which episodes you were on. I was on Mysteries of the Deep, not Secrets of the Deep. But for USS Scorpion, hang on, I did do an episode on USS Scorpion.
I would say, Mark Harkness, that sometimes if you have a big scary guard dog at your back, you can get away with playing the fool, and it can be to your advantage to play the fool.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Yeah.
As much as I like to meme on Pyongyang, I try to not underestimate the amount of damage they can do in a very short period of time.
I can kind of understand why they're building what they're building, because they're looking to try and push an envelope away from the coastline. Well, that's the theory, and they're also wanting to probably try and provide some form of protection for the quasi-ballistic missile submarines they're building. So I can understand why they're doing what they're doing. Will the ships actually be effective? Who knows?
Is it that fleet, or is it just the fact that they've realised that a lot of their stuff is that old, they need to replace it at this point?
Not really, because the whole point with the North Korean Navy, at least used to be, it was there to just soak up ordnance. Well, it's why they didn't build large combatants or invest into it in any real major way. That's seemingly changed.
You're forgetting something. I think you may be forgetting something, or I am misappropriating something about the Korean War. The Korean War got stalemated by the U.S. making an amphibious landing. And I would wager that there is a culture in North Korean defense that they never want to have that happen again. And that means they need to have at least some level of sea denial.
There is a element of that.
That would certainly explain their submarine forces, but... what
an
I'll do is we'll answer the Scorpion question, and then we'll go back to it, because we started the Scorpion question, so then we'll go back to North Korean. So, do you agree the Scorpion likely sunk because of a battery explosion? And whilst there are many options for Scorpion as to why she was lost. There are many, many options. A battery explosion is... How do I put it? A battery explosion is that likely fits with what we know of the details of the vessel and the damage we've observed on the vessel. But the issue is you don't know unless you were there. The other options that have been discussed have been malfunction of trash disposal unit, have been Soviet attack, have been explosion of a torpedo inside the submarine. And all of those are potential options.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that for me, the battery one is the most likely one, because the batteries can produce interesting gases and interesting toxic stuff, which can cause issues.
I would also point out that if she came under torpedo attack, then she'd possibly have every chance to go evasive.
It wasn't torpedo attack. They didn't think the Soviet attack was done by a external torpedo attack. It was. It was a whole idea that they that it was.
A ramming attack?
There are all sorts of things made out of it. It's how do I put it?
Is it one of those mysteries of the sea that everyone has 1,000 theories about, but no one has anything concrete? Is it one of those?
Basically, they thought someone else. They thought the Russians rammed one of their nuclear submarines into it on purpose to try and sink it. And I'm sorry, there are many things you do on purpose underwater, but ramming another submarine is not one of them.
Especially in a peacetime scenario.
Yeah. There were occasional brushes where Soviet and American submarines had contact, but it's not ramming.
The Soviet captains had a fun thing called a Crazy Ivan, where they'd spin round and charge straight at you. And that was a fun experience. But they weren't actually trying to ram you. It was basically they're trying to play chicken with you and try and force you to back down.
And also, it was also something they did if they weren't sure someone was behind them. It was basically clear your baffles, clear the hydrophones, find out what is actually behind us.
And I would add that the scariest incident of that one took place, I think, in the Firth of Forth.
Yes, I remember that incident. Yeah.
Yeah, that was, I think, 1970. Was it 73 or 72? But it was some point then. Anyway, leaving that to one side, and hope that answers your question, Black Horse, but yeah, mysteries are deep. Look, in a nice way, we're talking, it's classified as a destroyer. It is 5,000 tons in full displacement. It is able to carry a 5-inch gun, probably. Pantsir close-in weapon system, some AK-630 close-in weapon systems, a couple of those, and has 74 VLS cells of what's noted as various sizes. And that always worries me when someone says it has 74 cells of various sizes.
There's two very clear groups of size groupings on the ship, if you look at it. They're very clearly grouped. In terms of there's a bunch of large ones and a bunch of small ones. But what that could mean and what the packing is for them, God knows.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's a case of I'm not quite sure of other things put in there, and then they also have some anti-ship missile launchers and some Bullseye 4 anti-tank guided missile systems. It seems to be, and torpedo tubes. It to me, they very much strike me as a North Korean version of what the Swedes were building, where they basically chucked everything onto it. And whilst in the Swede period that was a destroyer, today we'd probably call that, in this particular and this with this range and this scenario, we'd probably call it a frigate. It's to me, it is very much of a similar vein as but it's actually smaller than the Type 31s.
Yeah.
It's
basically it's sacrificed bunkerage for and range and probably crew comfort as well for raw performance.
Considering
and
I've
weapon load.
yet to see pictures or video of it moving under its own power, I'm tempted to say it's also sacrificed engines, but leave that to one side. I don't think it has. I think they're just planning on installing them later. I'm not. There's probably all sorts of issues of where they're getting them from, because if they're buying them from the Russians, then good luck. The Russians are desperate for their own gas turbines, and the Chinese ones are also in heavy demand. So North Korea is going to be at the bottom and the back of the list for delivery of those.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's actually conventional diesel, and I do mean really bad conventional diesel, because the ship looks nice on the outside, but let's be honest here, it's the North Korean Navy. Do they really need those? Do they need those ships to move anywhere at speed at any significant transit time? Not really.
Yes, but the trouble is, if you're going for gas diesel engines with that, let me put it this way: whatever estimation we have on their equipment's capabilities and the sensitivity of their electronics and their systems, if they are using diesels and of the kind you're suggesting, then we're going to have to cut our estimation of those capabilities by about 50%.
Stafford. Okay, I am not a bow tie fan. I freely admit this. I'm not a bow tie fan. But if you're going to take your pound of flesh out of American automotive manufacturers for diesels, don't touch Chevy. 30 Maxes are fine. Go after Ford.
It's basically, this is me entirely spitballing here. Like, I can also see options where there could be negotiations for the gas turbines, because yes, the Russians do want their gas turbines, but there's also the fact that Ukraine is funneling a good percentage of the ammunition usage for the current conflict into Russian stocks. So they do have leverage there. But whether or not that's enough leverage, I don't know.
I think you mean to say Korea.
Yes, Ukraine is
not giving ammunition to Russia.
Into Russian stocks.
Did I not say Korea?
Sorry. You said Ukraine.
The way you structured your sentence was as if Ukraine was shipping.
Sorry. Well, no, the structure of them is supposed to be Korea.
No. They are giving ammunition to the Russians if you think about it. It's not the way the Russians want.
I made that correct.
Hey.
Oh,
but I'm the one that said it louder.
Yes. Oh.
But it's an interesting ship.
Steve, honestly, to put it out, the British Type 26s, the City class, are roughly 8,000. We're emitting 8,000 tons fully loaded. So they're almost they are a lot bigger. The Type 31s are bigger. And don't get me started on what the probably Type 83 will probably be.
We also don't know what these ships' VLS pack is. We don't know if it would surprise me if they can pack at all, and by that I mean it would surprise me if any of the VLS tubes are above single, as in one missile per tube.
Well,
what I am interested in, what I am interested,
available, but that isn't something we have spotted so far with their sources, the people they source from.
Yeah. What I am interested in is if those larger tubes are for short range, if they could also be used not only for some form of long range interceptor or air defense missile, but if they can also be used for anti-ship missiles or possibly short-range ballistic missiles. And I'm talking really short-range, toss something 100 kilometers.
I'm sure they probably have plans about it, but I'm also fairly certain the sheer damage of launching such a things will probably destroy the ship. But we'll leave that to one side. Anyway,
oh no, I'm not saying it's sensible to do it. It's just this is North Korea. You can't rule it out.
Yeah, but we try. I always try until I find out for certain. I try and give my opponents the benefit of the doubt and presume they are going to make a smarter choice. Because if you don't presume that, then you're the one who ends up in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're the one who ends up with egg on your face.
Now, I will freely admit I haven't looked at it, mainly because I have no idea what I'm looking at to begin with, but except in the broadest possible sense. But is it possible that they have some larger tubes in the hopes or promises of varying merit that Russia will sell them some hypersonics?
They could be hoping that. They could also be hoping to fake it until they make it.
Fair enough.
We'll see what they do. It's something we're going to learn as we go on. Richard Goss, could we see the next generation OPV upgunned, perhaps with a 4.5? No. And I will explain, because the answer is always the same, and I try and explain this. If you start arming patrol boats like frigates, and OPVs are patrol vessels, then someone in the Treasury is going to go, well, it's armed the same as a frigate, so it must be a frigate. So therefore, you can have this or you can have that. The Royal Navy maintains OPVs for diplomatic contact, for fisheries protection, and for what's usually sort of classified under presence patrol and long-range interests, i.e. we can forward deploy them into areas in which we're interested in making a lot of local contacts and keeping ourselves useful by supplementing their maritime security needs and keeping an eye on the area. And in return, we get a lot of relationships which are useful for us should we need to deploy through that area. For example, there's no surprise that we have a couple which pretty much operate in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and they basically have been doing that ever since we've been going, right then, we're going to be deploying a carrier battle group every other year to the Far East. And we're deploying it there literally to show we can. Because the easiest way for the UK to show the world that if you cause us problems, we can deploy a carrier battle group to your backyard, is to deploy it to the other side of the planet and bring it back. And to an extent, whilst there are going to be people like me and a lot of people who are specialists who are going to get very focused on the numbers and the ships composing the group and whether or not there are enough of them are British, etc., what's going to stick in most people's minds, especially most political minds around the world, is that they did it. They deployed the carrier battle group. They deployed it. It was there. It did its job. That's it. So yeah, the OPVs aren't getting upgunned with a 4.5. They might. There is a possibility, and I have argued for this in the past, for them to get 57mm as an upgrade and maybe a close-in weapon system. But it's got to be light weapons, and it can't include missiles, realistically, because otherwise they're going to look like frigates. But ultimately, you could upgrade it with some lighter guns, as long as it's not a 4.5 or a 5-inch or anything which looks like it's a frigate of in any way, shape, or form. And I know you're all going to go, but if it's just got a 4.5 or 5-inch, it isn't a frigate. I know it isn't a frigate. But you try and explain that to some of the UK's political class, let alone the Treasury. I love the people who work there dearly. There are many people in this channel who work there. But even they will admit that some of their more senior people know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Because they spend all their life trying to balance the books for a load of people who really don't pay attention to what they're spending the money on sometimes. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if instead of 14-inch, US Congress ordered that the Navy construct 15-inch guns after 12-inch? There's going to be a delay. As they have to develop the 15-inch. There's also going to be a 3-inch jump, so that's going to be quite difficult for their logistics to manage. They can do it. It's going to delay building. It's going to delay construction. They can do it. It's probably also going to cause issues with the UK, because now, if you consider the British after the 12-inch went to 13.5-inch, and then the Americans jumped to 14-inch. If the Americans are jumping to 15-inch, then the British have got to jump further, so the British are automatically almost forced to jump for 16.5-inch. So you force everyone to jump up a level. Now, that the effect it has on the Germans and the Anglo-German portion of the dreadnought race going on the world, the quantitative race, would be interesting in the extreme. In terms of the qualitative race, well, that's going to be fun, because if you've jumped that much, you've pretty much pushed to the point at which there's almost a two-tier race going on. The Anglo-American quality race and the Italian-Japanese one. But the trouble is the Italians and Japanese are going to be wanting to join it, and so are others. The big thing is, though, you end up with 16.5-inch guns for the Queen Elizabeth class. And the British could do it, as I've said before, I've talked about it. The 16.5-inch gun is roughly, in terms of development and testing, roughly 5 months behind the 15-inch program. So if it's really national importance and national security, you get a 16.5-inch, and I think it's a 16.5-inch 40. What was it? Well, it was. I think it was a 16.5-inch 45 that they were working on. So 16.5-inch 45, which was the next generation of their new build guns, which were going to be able to build them bigger than what would eventually be a 15-inch, because they get to the 15-inch 42. They realised that's about the limit they can go to with that gun pattern, so they were working on the next one up, and an entry level was going to be a 16.5-inch. So that was, I think, a 16.5-inch 45, or was it a 48? I think I'm going to go 45 because that's what I think it was. But
it also seems more reasonable to try and go over a 45 first rather than trying to build a 16.5 48.
No.
It seems like a safer option for, a step up in that level.
It does seem like a safer option, but I think the British were considering. I think the 48 was considered because everyone else was trying to do 50s. So the British were going, well, we don't want to go to a 50 because of the wear on the gun, but would a 48 be the compromise where it would match in against the 50s, but would actually not increase the wear that much?
It's the Germans who are really the Germans, and it's like the other minor powers are slightly, as you said, they're a little bit off kilter, because yes, they can't really keep up with the massive jump. Well, they can catch up, but they're again, that's the key word, catch up.
Yeah.
But they're not really fighting a race with the British. The Germans, however, that's a minor concern.
Well, it does, to an extent, delay the Queen Elizabeth's probably entering into service by about 4 or 5 months. However, if you're building it for a 16.5, if you're delaying it by that much and you're building it for a 16.5-inch guns, it's going to be a slightly bigger ship. And that might well mean they also end up being a slightly longer ship with slightly more boilers, so they could end up being getting to the 28 knots by brute force.
Let me just check when Texas is actually laid down.
Also, they were delayed because of this. Wouldn't this mean potentially the small tube boilers might actually have a bit more time to say, we actually do work as well?
If you're delaying confirming the design for about 5 to 6 months, so the small tube boilers could well come in, and various other things could be further along.
Actually, because if the US is going to 15s after 12s, that means it's going to be the New Yorks that get the 15s, and they're ordered 1910, start building 1911. if we're talking about that being the catalyst, can the RN get like the QEs are going to be 16.5s, fair enough.
Yeah.
But can we see like the last generations of traditional dreadnoughts for the RN being 15s and the Germans, I don't know, jumping to 13.8s and the Koenigs being 13.8s?
No, because
I'm just asking.
The reason is you've got to do the other logistics. The British don't want to do an intermediate jump. They all want to do a jump because they need to. And the British aren't going to want to accept jumping to the same level as the Americans because that means they've conceded national pride. It is literally that much. It's ego, okay? It's ego. I'm fully admitting it would be ego.
Fine. I just want to know what the reaction would be because I'm just thinking they have the time, but you're saying it's just because of the jump they're going to want to make, it's going to take that long to do. What about the Germans? Is there anything they can do, or are they just stuck doing what they're doing?
Right.
Because I know we've discussed before there are gun options available for them. They just didn't take them.
If they wanted to try and get anything in a respectful time, they basically have to go to the Austro-Hungarians. That's it. They have to basically go to the Austro-Hungarians, which they're not going to do. And so the other option is they're going to have to develop their own guns. And the 15-inch took long enough to develop. Developing a 16.5-inch.
Yeah,
the money cost. It could actually conceivably end. Well, it basically ends the German development naval race at the same point as it did historically, but it just ends it more emphatically.
That might mean that, well, if they're not involved in the naval, they'll still be building capital ships, obviously.
Yeah.
But might that mean that funding might be available to bulk out German cruisers and destroyers prior to World War One? Because that'd be an interesting turn.
It would be an interesting turn, but they won't actually have the heavy ships to group them round.
No, because if we're thinking about changing this, they've got basically everything up to the Koenigs as we know it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Koenigs might be curtailed from 5 ships to 4, possibly 3.
And the other problem you have is, you have to remember, at the point at which they're designing the Queen Elizabeths were designed to be going to be the high-end ship. So they were looking at different experimental options. The R's have casemates guns because that's what you do. That's how you get the numbers. It's how you get the cost down. It was a very close run thing, and if they'd had longer, the Queen Elizabeths might have ended up having their secondaries in turrets.
Do you think
6-inch turreted secondaries? You're saying, yeah.
In this universe, do you think you see Argent Core built out with 18s?
It depends on what happens. If what do the Americans jump to? After jumping to 15, if their next jump is going to be 18, then the British can't afford to not have something trying to go for 18 first.
I mean, honestly, even if the Americans go from twins to triples, and they have triple 15-inch armed battleships that then grow to being, the historical progression. So you go 10 guns in 2 twins, 2 triples. Then you have 10 then you have 12 guns in 4 triples. Then you have then you have 12 guns of the same size, but 50 cal versions of them.
Yeah.
And at that point, you might see the British going, okay, maybe one of the QEs we can experiment with either have 12 16.5s or 8 18s. Whichever they think is more reasonable.
If it's a 16.5, that's a far easier to jump to 18.
It really is.
It's a far easier jump. You're going to have to redesign the barbette, but yeah. As said, if it was you're converting the 15-inch gun Queen Elizabeth it also makes sense of where the free turret design comes from in the Royal Navy ideas. If Agincourt was going to be a free twin 18-inch gunship, because suddenly we don't know, we haven't been able to find where the study is that first comes in. They're all referring to earlier studies, but we can't find the study. But we all know the dates around about the time which they were working on the Queen Elizabeths. So it kind of fits with Agincourt. That's why I make the case that Agincourt was going to be a free twin 18-inch gun ship. The Queen Elizabeth's Agincourt, that is, and I've done videos about that.
Oh, I thought. I thought she was going to be a 4 twin.
No, free twin.
Jacob 5570. The alternative theory for Agincourt is triple 15s.
Yeah, that's what Drax put forward. Drax honestly believes it was going to be a triple turret ship. He thinks it was going to have 12, 15-inch guns.
Honestly, that makes a lot more sense, Dr. Clarke. I've been thinking for all this time we've been talking about it over the year we've been talking about it, that she was going to be 415s. If she's going to be instead three twin 18s rather than 4, that makes a lot more sense, and I understand where you're coming from now.
Because that fits it. But also because you have spare twin turrets we know about. We find 18-inch guns. At no point does a triple turret appear anywhere. So when you look at the information, all the stuff which appears around her, and small tube boilers, which are used on Courageous and Glorious, half the small tube boilers used come from another, or they were all ordered from something else. So she was going to have small tube boilers, and she was going to have, in my mind, 18-inch guns, and we can tell that because the 18-inch guns actually appear and actually are being used. So it's, yeah, that's my argument. But me and Drac have fun. We can have a whole 2.5-hour argument over that one. We love it.
Essentially an 18-inch odd Ruhnon.
Yeah. 28 knots and 6 18-inch guns.
And I think we've puttered this question around once or twice, but what does Yamato look like under that paradigm?
It's one of those things where
the world's changed so much by that point. That's 20 years down the road.
Yeah.
In the nicest way, the Washington Naval Treaty. If Agincourt's built with 18-inch guns, then so are the admirals. Then that means the Royal Navy has at least 2 ships in service with 18-inch guns at the end of World War One. That means that no one's going to go, right then, 16 inches as big as we can build. No, it's going to be 18-inch, and that means that everyone's going to want to build some 18-inch ships, which is going to change the building paradigm of rather than pause, everyone's allowed to build a certain number of ships. And that means that realistically, if you're trying to make a Yamato equivalent in a treaty world where they're starting at 18-inch, well, also you have to remember the drop down for the King George V they might have dropped from 18 to 16-inch rather than 14 or 16.5. So they would be armed with, let's say, 10 16.5-inch guns. The scenario for that just changes everything. It just changes so much of the history. It's just the Yamato class in that scenario are completely different.
Yeah, so this would just completely knacker any hope Germany has of having a competitive frontline battleship in World War II.
Yep.
Unless they can buy something off of the Italians.
No.
The really interesting thing is what it does to the Italians.
And the French.
Imagine their plans for the the Caracolas, the Francisco Caracolas.
Yeah.
In a scenario where there are 18-inch, 28-knot battleships going around.
Ew.
Yeah, just imagine it.
I don't think I want to, for the Italians' sake. Poor
the really interesting thing is actually in this scenario, suddenly that Senator Tillman's battleships start to sound reasonable and sensible.
Yeah.
Because of the size of ships that you're going to have at that point.
Yeah.
Anyway, next question. Carmen Gasberg, survived 200 Bruships memorial coin. I'm going to see what I can do on Spreadshirt. I will see. I will maybe put up a short-term T-shirt or something. I'll try and get something which is cool for us. If people can go and get if they want for 200 Bruships, because I think it'd be fun to do.
Yeah. That's something I've been thinking of doing with the 100th Ramblings, like actually, doing what Dr. Clarke says I should do and actually opening the merch store. Maybe with a mug. Congrats on getting to 100.
What are the thoughts on the book? What are the panel's thoughts on the books on the book Empire of the Deep?
Well, I would need to know what that book is in the first place.
Hmm.
So
Same.
That's my
It's
fault.
Ben Wilson's work, Rise and Fall of the British Navy. I do have it somewhere.
This question before, haven't we? I'm pretty sure we have talked about this because most of the answers were, we don't know what this is, and then we would have to read it.
I have
read figure out what it is because that name rings a bell.
It came.
And I'm being very lazy and rediscovering some of Glenn Stewart's books.
It came out in 2013, and it's. It's interesting. It's one of those books I do recommend to read. But as always, and I know I sound like a broken record with this, but as I put, I don't agree with everything in there. But there again, I'm another historian. And there's only so much you can put in a work. So whilst I do realise some people complain that bits aren't in there, yeah, there is a lot in that is worthwhile reading. I would also argue that some of the comments are weird. There are some very weird comments about it.
Minecraft Watcher, that would be
around the world.
Drac thing.
What's the Drac thing? What's the problem?
Minecraft Watcher is suggesting maybe Warspite T-shirt with the Union.
Yeah, that's
Jack
a Drac.
line.
The Drac would have Warspite. I would have HMS Unicorn, which is not a forward aviator, not an aircraft carrier. Or there's a few other things which are potentially. I will see what I can produce. I will possibly have some fun with AI because my own drawing skills are terrible.
And well, I have to have the Hosh.
I have a little factoid I found out today.
Mm-hmm.
What did you find, Foxxo?
A jack is a flag that's on the prow of a ship, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, why do we have the Union Jack? Can it be the Union flag?
Now, honestly, it's because the Union flag, when it's flown on the Jack, it was created for the Royal Navy so they could show the world who they were playing for. They were the ones who needed it first and most because it wasn't. Army units didn't always carry it, believe it or not. It does tend to be on the prow of the ship. But also, and this is the thing, is it's called the Union Jack because most commonly it was associated. It was the Navy were associated with it, and the Navy were flying it. So people called it the Union Jack rather than the Union flag, but technically it is supposed to be Union flag. But it's just naval culture dominating Britain as a rule.
Okay.
HMS Unicorn plushie. Actually, I have to admit, this is gonna sound kind of weird. But I have been looking at various, how do I put this, plushie makers, and seeing if I can get a plushie made or something that we could put out. It's an interesting option. It's an interesting option. It certainly would be something to look into. Which particular store was I looking at? I was just trying to look up the various stores I've been looking up. Makeship. Yeah, Makeship are the ones I've been looking at. And they have got a sign-up section. And I have already got an account with them, believe it or not, thanks to ordering stuff for my mother from them. So, I do have an account set up with them, and I am considering sending a message into them and seeing if they'd be interested in making a plushie for this channel, and whether it be possible. And yeah, who knows? There might be a plushie. And I see Dan has joined the chat. The moment we start talking about getting a plushie for the channel, Dan has joined the chat, no doubt to make the case for the Blackburn.
You have alerted the Dan.
but Dan is being quiet, which is worrying. That might mean he's already signing up to to create the Blackburn plushie.
No. He must be stopped.
It would be fun. It could be fun. It could be
of
fun.
course, I have to figure out somebody to make a Hosh plush. It will be very cuddly.
And I'm sorry, Steve. I have to agree with Fleet on here. He really only has one option for a plushie, and that is a Hosh plushie.
It is what I'm known for. It is who I am. I'm trapped by my own.
The thing is, I think the options I have been considering are an HMS Unicorn or a Blackburn or a Tribal Class Destroyer. And the reason I would eschew doing a Tribal Class Destroyer is I think that should be done by Haida. I don't think that should be done by me. I think that should be for
That's
Haida.
a very good shout.
So that's the reason I wouldn't go for that. HMS Unicorn doesn't survive and isn't preserved anywhere in terms of the Forward Aviation Support Ship, and neither does a Blackburn. So I wouldn't be impeding on any museum if I did either of those. I think I'm tempted by the Blackburn. Just from the point of view of, despite my best attempts, it is attached quite so much to this channel.
Well, I mean, you are the high prophet of the Blackburn.
No,
Dan is the high priest.
Dan's high priest. I am the high denier. I keep trying to warn people away from it. But yeah, Empire
of the Apostate.
I try. You do realise there's also the Church of the Cataclysmic Catalina as well on this channel, which often gets forgotten.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Fleet's only got the Cult of the Buccaneer.
At one point, we had literally used to have at one point in the chat, until I think I put it down, wars between the Blackburnites and the Catalinaites. There was actual debates going on in the chat. And I'm not saying this to restart those. Looking at you, Dan. Looking at you, Dan. Don't restart it.
Dave Harrison, if you are referencing the Neo Caracolo, that was caught by the bot. And it is in the tube, ready to be answered.
Okay. Italy lays down 2 Neo Caracolo. And 1, how late in the build of the Nel rods could the design modification have been made to increase the speed to 28 knots? And how would the design have been compromised? If Italy's laid them down and building them, then that's going to automatically impact things. How late in the build could the Nel rods be modified to have been increased to 28 knots? Because of the way their hull's designed, and they're being the point is, you actually could theoretically extend them and add in extra shafts and extra engines. You could theoretically do that, but that's going to cause trouble with the treaty system. There's also the fact that technically you have to remember, and this is something which caused me fun, because I saw someone the other day writing that the reason Nelson and Rodney could never have done 28 knots is because no ship with 2 shafts at that time could be designed for 28 knots. And that caused me and Drac to have some fun, because we went and did some checking on the F3s, F2s, and pretty much all those designs, and they're all 2-shaft designs.
I mean, speaking of the F3s, if the RN gets very lucky and they catch whiff of what the Italians are planning, because obviously before you lay down a ship, you've got to order things, you've got to lay the plans in place. If naval intelligence gets a whiff of what's going on, then it's really easy. You don't build Nelrod, you build F3s.
Actually, no, you do. But let me tell you what you do. You build 2 Nelrods, and then you point to the Italians and go, they've broken the treaty. We're now all allowed to build 2 more ships to counter them.
I mean, if he's talking about Neo Caraculos, then the problem you've got then, because if they're building this, they have to use their early build windows if they're not treaty breaking. But if they're not treaty breaking, that means you're looking at 20. I think it's 20. It's post 26 that they're allowed to have their early build window, I think. Problem is, at that point, the Nelsons are tried and done.
Yeah, so you're not.
But there is also, but there is also the benefit to that if they do that, and they're sticking within the treaty limits more or less. Obviously, it's the Italians; they'll cheat, but that can only go so far. you'll still be looking at a ship that, while it will either be a fast ship that's rather weakly protected, carrying probably 15-inch guns, doing about 28, 29 knots, or you'll be looking at a ship that is slightly faster than their current battle line. So something that does somewhere between 21 and 25 knots, carrying that is actually protected against its own guns.
Yeah.
And if you've got the former option, the Nell rods are okay, because at that point even if at that point all the Italian ship can do is run, because if it tries to stand and fight, the Nell rods win. Because the Nell rod can hurt you, you can't hurt the Nell rod.
Yeah.
Well, not to the same extent. And if it's the other option, the slower ship, then at that point the Nell rods are still winning, because yes, it will probably be a fairer fight, but I probably would bet money that the Nell rods will probably come out on top. So either way, Nell rods win.
Yes, but there's also the only option that where you get an actual changes that in the sort of building Nell rods is if they try and do it earlier. If they try and push them
and at that
earlier.
point,
at which point, the likely agreement, and the British would likely push for this, especially considering the government that's coming in at that point, is the British get to build 2 more ships after Nelson and Rodney, and they probably build a pair of F3s.
Yeah.
And the rule is they have them to replace the other remaining 13.5-inch ships.
Yeah.
So Tiger goes, but you end up with 2 F3s with 15-inch guns.
Are the Americans or the Japanese going to demand either 1 or 2 ships of a more modern type as compensation? Like, not to expand their tonnage, but to replace older vessels as well?
They might do, but the thing is, and the reality is the Americans will Senate pay for it. And with the Japanese, they'll probably do it. But the Japanese won't get it. I mean, the British will be able to. The British will claim they need it because, frankly, in a nice way, the Mediterranean is vital to their national security. So you either allow them to do it, or they have to withdraw from the treaty system. In which case, the treaty system collapses. The Americans won't want that, so the British will have them over a bit of a barrel for that.
Yeah, the French, while they will be sobbing into their hands at the cost of it all, kind of have to respond, because if they don't build anything, the Italians have basically dumped. The Italians basically body them in a one-on-one fight, so the French have to respond, despite them crying at the cost of it.
Actually, that might help the French out.
What do you mean?
It might help the French out. Building those ships earlier. Building a couple earlier. It helps them out, potentially.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because they might be able to expand, because they'll go through the teething pains of dockyard expansion at that point.
Yeah.
Rather than
when it's cheaper.
Yeah, although it won't be cheaper. It'll be it just happens earlier.
It'll happen earlier, and it'll also happen in a way which is going to allow them to work out the teething issues a little bit earlier, so that they don't have the problems.
Although I would say that France, being France, is likely to do the bare minimum expansion, as they tend to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is gonna be that way.
Is that an endemic to the French ship naval industry problem, or is it just a problem for the national yards?
It was.
It's the whole industry. Do the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Upgrades. It's a problem in France. Lions, there are speedboats that do 100+ knots on 2 shafts, but there's something different between getting through a speedboat, which is a couple of tons, and something which would measuring in tens of thousands of tons.
One of these things. One of these things is not like the others, Dr. Clarke?
Yeah, it's just a small issue. The size and the weight puts all. It's kind of like going this engine. Let me put it this way: if you put my engine, the engine in the lovely engine, which is a couple of 100 horsepower probably, in my Volvo, it will get that car happily up to, and I have done this on a track just to test it out, up to 100. It will get it to 100. I didn't want to take it any further. It's a Volvo V40, an old one, estate. It's not, and going any faster, it would have been interesting. So I just got it to 100. Saw it could get there and went, oh, that's nice. I was testing it on a private track. not on the public roads. The thing is, if you put that same engine in an HGV, you'd barely move.
Or, unless you put a very aggressively lowly geared transmission in it, in which case you would move, but very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
This would not, in fact, go swimmingly for all involved.
Also, Lions,
a bare minimum of torque.
There is also a point here as well. You said, I thought you think it might have been something to your point then, because I thought you said that no ship could exceed 30 knots on 2 shots. You also answered this, and this was the point I was going to get on. You said speed boat. Boats can go on ships, ships can't go on boats.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're talking about a ship couldn't go on it.
So does that mean the Arleigh Burke class can be classified as a boat?
There are specialist shiplifting ships. There are very specialist vessels.
Exception.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, Robert Dennett. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm just going to... Can someone please copy and paste his... Actually, I think I've got it.
Yep. I got it. Or, well, either way.
There you go. It's in there. So it's on the next one. It's just put in. And it's...
Do we want to rehash Kirk Ferrasa's question? Because we touched on that earlier.
Okay.
To read his question off fully, it is: what do you think about the capabilities, etc.,
I've added that.
New class of destroyers?
New class of destroyers. What do I think about their capabilities? It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. When they're actually working. When they're working, I'll be watching with a lot of attention because it intrigues me. I said I don't really call them destroyers. I classify them in the frigate category. I would say there's actually an argument for calling them corvettes because their range. Frigates tend to... Basically, frigate and destroyer were usually talking about something which is oceanic and going for long-range and cable deployments. Usually these days when we're talking about something being a corvette, we're talking about a local area vessel. There's a reason why the Germans are currently having a debate over what they call some of their vessels, whether they call them corvettes or frigates, especially ones which are orientated for Baltic operations. And realistically, it sounds like they're going to go with corvette. And the difference being, one is expected to operate worldwide, one is expected to operate within our local area. And also the weight and the sort of the displacement differences. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're used and what they're used for. And it's
the most horrifying.
Carry on, please.
Yeah, go on. No, the most horrifying thing to me is that the word on the grapevine that I've heard from Cyclic and others who have ears into people who have ears into North Korea is that apparently the dear leader is considering that he wants what he calls a cruiser. I dread to think what that thing will end up looking like if they build it.
Okay, before we get into that, yeah, this is going to sound terrible, but... And this isn't with no offense to Cyclic. I've been hearing about that discussion. In fact, I remember my dad talking about the dear leader of Korea then wanting a cruiser when I was 6 years old. So that's roughly that's well over 3 decades ago. I will believe it when I see it.
It's silly. It's silly, but they have built they are now building larger ships. So I'm thinking, don't be silly. Come on, you're building things that are possibly decent. Let's not blow it on something silly.
Oh, they'll blow it on something silly. But, Brandon Larson just asked a question. Regarding your server, Dr. Clarke, if I want to post a picture of my new setup, where should I post it? I'm presuming your computer setup. And, Ruhnon, where do you think? You've just reorganized the whole of the server recently and made sure everything's nicely organized and neat. Where would you suggest to put it?
To be honest, I'm going to give him the role for the crowdfunded computer channel that we used for Fleet and has one other target in its sight, apparently, allegedly, maybe.
Yeah.
And
there are 2 people who are banned from that channel. Everyone else is should be allowed to that channel, but there are 2 people who are banned from that channel. Technically,
we can let one of them in now.
No, because we might want to do other stuff for them in future. So no, Fleet's not getting in.
Right, well, then What
Yeah.
what I may do then is I may stand up another channel that is
At
just
some
for
po-
computer setup.
at some point,
That's
there is
very
there is someone else in this chat who we may have to take out of that channel because they may deserve something. But that's going to be depending on how they grow their streaming.
But Larson, I'm going to drop you a roll, and then you'll see an @ping. Mm-hmm. So as long as you have the same username on YouTube as you do on Discord, you should get an @ping here shortly.
Okay.
I don't
right.
Invite people.
With that all being said, next question. Hello, Robert Dennett. Hope you're doing well. If HMS Lion suffered a magazine for a flash during a freak hit, suffering a complete loss as well as during Jutland, how does it impact the Royal Navy long term and BT's legacy? Well, BT dies a massive hero. He is a tragic hero. He's one of the fallen greats of Jutland. He is remembered as a god of naval war. There will be a huge amount of political outpouring for him. He will be beloved. He will be literally the sheer amount of praise for him that will go for. And the very first vessel of the new Admiral class we named BT. Can guarantee that, and no, it won't be cancelled. And the odds are they get rushed through even more quickly because you've lost something so great. You have to show that you're doing something to recorrect the balance. So there is going to be a class of better ships put through. Interesting enough, without BT around, that probably means at least internally in the Royal Navy, the legacy is very quickly understood and studied in detail. There'll be very interesting methodologies employed for being circumspect when it's politically judicious to be so, but it would come through, and I think it could cause ultimately a lot of trouble for the post-war scenario, because whilst it causes trouble during the war because it's going to be even more difficult to get rid of Jellicoe from First Sea Lord, but even post-war, you're probably going to have more of a churn of First Sea Lords than you did with BT there. You're going to have more of a turnover, but I would think also you're going to have a very different Washington Naval Treaty if that still goes ahead, because the Royal Navy will have been, Britain will have been a lot more scared by Jutland and by the effects of Jutland than it was historically, because it's lost such a big name and it's going to be such a visible loss. And they're also going to be, how do I put this, they're going to have built probably more of whatever the Admiral class equivalent are built in this scenario, which might be designed and built far more fast battleship than battle cruiser.
Let's also not forget the loss that will be keenly felt in the 20s and 30s when you don't have BT playing the political games he played for the RN during that period.
Yes, but that's also a bit of a double-edged sword, because he had a habit of not consulting with the rest of the fleet, and that's one of the reasons why he signs away the fleet air arm and various other things. So, whilst, yes, it will be a great, very problematic from the point of view of not having the political great, who was BT. It will be, how do I put this? I would reckon you would probably find.
You think it'll balance out, basically?
Well, I'm guessing that the one I guess who would probably come to the fore more for the Royal Navy would be probably possibly Reginald Turret. He'd certainly be one I would be looking at. You know, it'd be the people from the Harwich Force who would probably be coming to the fore, and there's a few others who'd be pushed around who'd be quite capable of stepping up and being quite loud and quite capable if they're in similar positions. They wouldn't do it the same way as BT because they wouldn't have the connections, but that doesn't mean they'd be bad at their job. Remember, the finest political maneuver the Royal Navy had in that entire period was undoubtedly in the 1930s was Henderson, and he's undoubtedly the best one they have in the 20s and 30s, and he doesn't have anything like the status of Beatty to exploit. So yeah, I think they'd probably do okay. I think that the interesting thing would be again how it works out, because again, it was Beatty who pushed them to build battleships for Nelson and Rodney rather than fast capital ships, fast battleships.
So you might actually see what's the word?
It would probably be closer to an F3 design, actually, if the Royal Navy had.
Yeah.
Although I see something from Lions, and again, 1,000 thanks for the donation you gave to Fleet.
Yeah.
But I may be looking.
Thank you.
Once the next generation of AMD rolls around, to upgrade my chipset, and somebody, because there are several potential targets in the community, may be getting themselves a generation or two out, but top of the line GPU.
Right. So, Tema 282, when is Raleigh hosting Bruships?
You assume he's not already?
I was going to say, yeah. Are we on the same planet?
He believes he does already. How Tima? And Counterface, hello. I do love my mum. Every time she hears me say hello, Counterface, she goes. I go, what's the problem? She goes, they could have done something even crueler to you with that name than they did. I think she believes it should be Cowpats to face. Just to wind up.
That's people. One of.
But we'll leave that to one side. Steve Clarke, can you see a situation where a helicopter launched and a ship recovered UAV for ASW mine countermeasures in literal warfare? Yes, I think we're probably already heading for there. And its capabilities, it would be required to be built about the size of a torpedo. And would it have ASW mine countermeasures? Well, I've already seen some very interesting ideas about what you could do with uncrewed undersea vessels. If you, how'd I put this, are not worried about them dying. So, for example, if you want to set off a mine, why not go up to it and shoot electricity at it? It's going to make it go boom, probably.
Probably.
Or it's going to cause it issues in other ways.
Or alternatively, if you want to be really funny, if we're talking about things like this, you could have a platform that could be all things to all men. So it could sit stealthily and be, I'm just standing here. Oh, it's a big thing made of metal. I'm going to go and poke you with an explosive charge I have. Or alternatively, it can sit there and wait and go, oh, someone's deployed a thing above me. You're not supposed to be here. I'm going to poke you with electricity.
That once you start once you start adding those things in, you're making it you're adding a whole layer of complication.
There is that.
So basically, and also once you've got explosives being deployed in water and you want to recover it, that's adding a lot of complications.
Yeah, there is that. I just realised, it's got to be recoverable. And I went, A slight flaw in my plan here.
Explosives and salt water. We tend to, if we want to recover something which has explosives, which is going to have explosives on it and is going in salt water, we get very, very careful. I know we do technically recover torpedoes, but we don't tend to recover torpedoes which have armed warheads.
No,
it's a very, very special operation.
It's just like you hear the UAV saying, I have exploded, mission successful, can you be recovered?
No.
I'll get back to you on that command.
What was the last thing to go through your head? My butt!
Yeah, don't get it. Okay. So, basically, the thing is, the idea is, with some of the stuff, and I've seen a video of this in a conference, so this is why I think I can finally talk about it. The idea was the system would go up and it would have electrical. Basically, it would have two options. It could magnify its magnetic presence using its electrical current, so make it look like a massive thing in terms of its magnetic current, in terms of its magnetic image. So it set off magnetic mines, and the other thing was it would have potentially the ability to not so much shoot as well. Yeah, to extent we're going to use for a better phrase, shoot electricity, or directly transfer high voltage electricity to a mine to fry it. Because basically the idea is if it works, it gets rid of it. And definitely gets rid of the mine. It would be interesting.
I could see that working very well for tethered mines. I don't see it working well for free-floating mines.
Yes, but the thing is, free-floating mines as a thing are not something many navies like the idea of.
Fair enough.
Free-floating mines usually mean they've broken their tether and means they can go everywhere. Now they're a risk to everyone. I know there are Foxxo?
They're sort of the only things you whip out when stuff's really gone to hell and you're in another world war. You need to build something cheap.
Cheap, you deploy it, and you deploy it in an area you go nowhere near for 6 months. And then you have them go boom at 6 months point. And then you find out there's a random explosion after 6 months not far off one of your ports, and you go, oh, one got here! Oh, how fun! How many trawlers have disappeared recently that we didn't realise under mysterious circumstances? Okay.
Well, Dave didn't come back, and Steve went missing, and Frederick's gone AWOL.
Yeah.
It's like...
So, next question from Royal Donut. How long... Thank you for another Super Chat. Super Chats are always greatly appreciated, especially on this channel, because... I'm quite honest, it's memberships and super chats, which are super chats and super thanks and those things, which actually mean I get money out of YouTube. The amount you get for advertising is not a lot on the channel, not a lot, and this is despite, and I say this not to gloat, but because it's worthwhile understanding. I have my typical range of views a month is between 52,000 and 66,000 views a month. So that's how many people watch how many times my channel is watched a month. Watch time, we're talking well into 20,000 hours a month. Okay? Lovely, all of that is. In terms of advertising revenue, that doesn't generate a lot of money at all. So it really is the memberships, the super chats, the super thanks, which help it. And this is the thing is, that sounds strange for me to say though, because I'm always saying the advertising revenue is very, very much welcome, and thank you for people watching it, because it is. It all adds up and it all goes towards books. But it's how do I put this? Today I had an interesting discussion where I was looking at the overview of my income because I'd got the update on YouTube, and it's when you realise that memberships account for roughly 2/3 of the monthly income, super chats roughly memberships account for roughly not 2/3, it's more like half. A third comes from super chats and the rest comes from ads. And yeah, that's actually quite good. Although I am considered weird because apparently I am one of I have a very high rate of repeat watchers of my videos. I'm apparently in the higher percentiles of YouTube in that people watch a lot of my videos. Repeat watchers, which is nice. It is nice. All right, next question.
And as Stafford has indicated in his own message, doing so definitely helps boost up the algorithm.
Thank you, Calvin Gasbook. Yes, and yes, it is. All those people actually doing the super chats, the super thanks, those things, and memberships do help boost up the algorithm. Not that we're saying YouTube is biased towards people people who are donating money towards something. How is ads versus premium?
I will gladly bust YouTube's chops when it's appropriate, but YouTube, at the end of the day,
is a company,
is a business.
Yeah,
that is here to make money.
And you work with that, and you're fine. It's again premium. Yeah, for some reason I earn more from premium a lot. Actually, I earn more from premium than I do from ads. But again, that's probably because I seem to have a lot of people who are premium viewers who watch it. But my ad income, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. I do watch my playback CPM, clicks per minute, and the figure you get for that, and I do realise it's not very high. It's not very high. But, you know, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Indeed.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Fleet is also looking through his stats right now, going, "Hang on, what are my stats?"
My stats are I don't make any money off YouTube, so
I'm in the semi-unique place of streaming regularly, but still being able to look at all my statistics dispassionately.
Well,
I'm still in. Go on,
Karen.
First. Like I say, haven't passed 500 subs yet, so I do not get access to the money from the advertisements or anything to do with super chats or anything like that, sadly.
No, I don't want to say this. The thing is, the really fun thing I have to say for me when I was going through this is because me and Drac were both learning the system really at the back of the place at roughly the same time and learning what it meant. So we would talk it out of each other, but we couldn't really go to each other and go, so what does this explain, and how do I adjust this, and how do I work with this? And that's always been the thing. And now this is one of the reasons why I have to admit, on the trip when we went to Canada, poor Gareth got his ear talked off because he knew all the stuff behind it, and he's the one who taught us both. It's Gareth, and this is the thing you will find in Japan. You sit down with Gareth for about an evening, and you buy him a couple of drinks after dinner, and you will learn everything you ever need to know about these systems and how to work with them and how to adjust yourself within them.
That command is not working. Interesting.
The foo is not working. Do you agree that USS Scorpion likely sunk because of a battery explosion like sunk Warship Secrets of the Deep? We answered
this one.
We did that one. South Thompson, thoughts on Port Alpha, and how would H&W be the closest historical equivalent?
Contact, please.
I'm checking.
Yeah, I think context got lost in the mail there.
The Next Generation Shipyard. I thought it was probably the Next Generation Shipyard that the US are talking about. They are trying to build a massive shipyard which is basically as minimally manned and as roboticized as possible.
Trying to mitigate for the losses in skilled manpower, aren't they? And the fact there's not much of a pipeline coming through right now for replacements. Which is understandable.
Harlan Wolf, and would Harlan Wolf be the closest to historical equivalent? It's a massive project they're talking about. It is a absolutely massive project. I would say it's not Harlan Wolf. If anything, I would say, what's that big yard during World War II that builds all the Liberty and Victory ships? I've got a book about it.
Oh, I know the one you mean, but I just don't know it by name.
Is it Bethlehem?
No.
Or is it Brooklyn, one of the New York yards?
No, it's one of the ones built for literally the war, and it was just massive and just churned them out. I have a book. The Kaiser Yards. The Kaiser Yards. It's the Kaiser Yards. That's the approach they're taking. What the Kaiser Yards did.
Which you can kind of understand.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, when manpower is short, usually the solutions don't change much, just how they're executed.
Yes, we have no men.
The Kaiser Yards.
We have no men. Yeah.
I will because there is quite an interesting thing put up. I'll put a link in the chat for those wanting more information. And if I put it in the chat, then Nightbot, etc., should not be annoyed with me. Nightbot should not pick a fight with me, theoretically. Then Nightbot locks me out.
Neither should Powder Monkey, but
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, we have fun. So we answered that one. Hello, Big Fluff. What's up? You've just been eating, drinking, and now you're working, demanding pats. Okay. What is the doctrine surrounding ASW torpedo tubes? Are they fired all at once or one at a time? Depends on the situation. Honestly, depends on the situation. If you're trying to freak out a submarine, you fire it one at a time, if you're trying to spook it. If you're in a scenario where you've got torpedoes coming on and you're basically going, we're going to take it out before it gets to us, you fire everything.
Yeah, basically, if you're under attack, like if you are being engaged by a target, aka there are torpedoes in the water coming your way, you are basically in use it or lose it. You fire you fire all the torps that can bear on a snapshot down line of bearing. But normally, if you're just normally prosecuting a contact and you're not being prosecuted yourself, you would usually engage one at a time. Because with the way modern ASW torpedoes work, you don't need to fire a spread or more than one weapon at a time. Normally although that is, bear in mind, only from one asset. If multiple assets are prosecuting a contact, they may all release weapons or may release weapons at a similar time. But usually you would have one weapon be released on the contact from whatever asset is engaging it.
You are generally going to prefer to engage with airdropped or rocket delivered torpedoes.
If you're doing that, you're operating over a longer range, and it's far more difficult to resupply to send out another one. It's going to take longer. So you basically, if you're operating in range of your own ship, you fire one at a time to try and spook them and get them moving, and that will make it easier for you to trace in on them. If you are operating a long enough range that your helicopter is guiding them in, so you're doing rocket fired torpedoes, rocket launched torpedoes, you are probably going to fire multiple, because otherwise you've got the flight time as well to add into it if you need to respond to them moving. So you stick in a second one. Usually still you make a slight break, so one will enter the water first. So you might fire one and then wait about a count of seconds. You're going to decide, depending on distance, how long you want to break it up and what you want to do. And then you're going to add in launch the second one. And usually it's done pretty much by computer. Staff was asking how he forgot about the Kaiser Yard. Don't worry, many people do. Many people do. The Kaiser Yard.
It's one of those things.
This massive project in World War II, and then they are forgotten. Then they disappear very quickly.
It's one of those things where you kind of would forget about it. It's one of those things where you just kind of it sits at the back of your mind, and then when it's convenient, it pops up and goes, "Hi, did you forget about me?"
Yeah. Right, I need to brush your tail quickly, Big Fluff. You're not going to give you. Well, if you won't give your tail to me, I'll just sit over here. I've got the biscuits. You haven't.
I have the biscuits.
So, Mark Harkness. Suppose that Tiger, rather than Iron Duke, survives London and gets a rebuild in the late 1930s, and she, rather than Prince of Wales, is with Hood at Denmark Strait. How might this affect battle? Well, if our rebuild is the 14-inch rebuild and 14-inch stuff, then they're going to be moving at probably a slightly faster speed, but not much faster. And the main differential you're going to get probably is not necessarily is that if you've had the 4 fast capital ships and Iron Duke Tiger had been rebuilt and was in service, then probably Hood's gone in for her rebuild as well earlier because she's been covered because they'll have the fast capital ships. So that's the big differential you've had. You've had more coverage in terms of fast capital ships. So Hood might well have had, maybe not a full modernization, but certainly a major refit. And there is a difference. We're talking about fire control being upgraded, radars in full suite of radars, all the engines being tuned up and fixed. All sorts of things fixed in her. And yeah, that's going to change how you're handling things. But it also means you've probably got Prince of Wales with King George V and victorious. And that changes things again. Because the thing is, if you've got those 2 fast capital ships not that far away, and anything does go wrong, then they're barreling in. And so you don't get a scenario where you have a damaged ship falling back on one ship, so it has to cover it to get it to deal with it and protect it so they can be repaired and sorted out. It's a case of they can go forth and engage should things go badly. So, however, saying that, you are still dealing with 2... Well, actually, with Tiger, because she was a battle cruiser, one word, even if she's now armed with 8 14-inch guns, she's going to be she's got a far more solid construction than Hood was. It's really quite funny. Once you look at it, people sometimes ask me to give them an easy definition of battle cruiser versus battle cruiser, one word versus 2 words, and I usually say look at the Renown class and look at Tiger. Look at the Admiral class, look at Tiger. The Admiral class is designed and Tiger is built. Look at them. That's your difference. Once you realise just how much more solid, how much heavier Tiger was than Renown and Repulse, you realise that's the difference. It's not just it's not the armour thickness, it's the armour coverage and it's the structure inside of the hull, the actual metal they've stuck in the hull. And yeah,
Robert Dennett, thank you very, very much for that super chat. It's been captured and tossed into the queue for the next one.
But honestly, the battle goes differently if you've got that situation. Sorry to carry on, but yeah. What about you lot? What do you think? What about my chat?
Sorry, I had to deal with cats.
This is one of those questions where I'm going to say you've pretty much got it. There's nothing really more for me to add.
I just need to check what the question was.
The interesting thing to me is if you have Tiger, of course, and she's been modernised, then you've had Tiger modernised before Renown, so you've had both them modernised, which means you've got 2 modernised fast ships in service. So therefore, Hood can go off for her at least the major refit earlier in the war, and that suddenly changes things.
So,
to me,
what in particular is the question? Sorry.
Suppose Tiger rather than Iron Duke survives London and gets a rebuild in the late 1930s, and she rather than Prince of Wales is with Hood at Denmark Strait. How might this affect the battle? Well, the first thing is I've said it's going to affect the earlier war because I think Hood could go in for refit. If you've got both a refitted Tiger and Renown in service, Hood can go in for at least a major refit. Maybe not the full reconstruction a la Warspite, but certainly a major refit.
Yeah, honestly, something that would make sense because I know the Royal Navy does very much like Tiger, which is why I'm actually kind of curious if there's any particular reason they weren't able to keep her instead of Iron Duke as their training ship.
Chatfield.
But
Chatfield wanted her.
I actually think she
felt Iron Duke would be better as a gunnery training ship because of the history of the Royal Navy with gunnery of Iron Duke. It's been Jellicoe's flagship.
I think it's a bit short-sighted then, but anyway. Honestly, it's not just Denmark Strait. She definitely would affect Denmark. I'm curious to know how the 13.5s would work against Bismarck's armor belt.
Well, it's refitted Tiger. It's refitted Tiger, so she's got KGV 14s.
Yeah. Which means
then because. I hope they don't stick the twin turrets from the KGVs on her.
That's what she would have. She'd have.
I hope it's not that. Oh,
She'd
they've
have to
ruined
win.
her lines.
Yeah, but they're gonna be good turrets, and they fit in those
They are
barbettes.
they are good guns, but they're so. I like them usually, but they're so blocky on Tiger.
The twins
But
have
then,
minor
yes, then she'll be
issues,
able to be
but
fine.
the twin 14s on the KGVs were mostly okay. There were some teething troubles, as they usually are with new guns and new turrets, but nothing more than you'd expect.
I think the biggest problem you have is probably that if you have a modernized Tiger hanging around at the beginning of the war, then I wouldn't be surprised if the Battle of River Plate involves a modernized Tiger.
Yeah.
Because you have that ship to go hunting down there, and they can go, hello, or maybe it's a repulse that's gone down there hunting. Either way,
Could they get?
It wasn't it Renown that was on her way. That is part of the reason.
Renown and Ark Royal were on their way.
Could they get Tiger modernized in time for war?
Oh yeah,
if she's been turned into a better training ship.
If the modernization doesn't really start till 36, 37, and they change their mind halfway through, and instead of just installing one 14-inch twin turret, they install 4, which there is the more of the scope to do, because the 14-inch turret, the twin 14-inch turrets are ready a lot earlier than the quads. They're ready a lot earlier, so you would be giving her what would in effect be Anson and Howe's 14-inch turrets, or whatever. You give her Anson and Howe's 14-inch turrets, and you'd build new ones for them. So it'd be fun. It would be. It's a theoretical possibility to do. It depends on how the raw. Let me put it this way: the thing about Iron Duke, the reason they don't modernize it is because there's no advantage to modernizing her into a combat ship, because she can't go fast enough, and there's no viability there. With Tiger, with her speed, if you put in the new, more powerful boilers, if you consider the way she's been rested in the 1920s and 30s on her hull, she's still got hull life. She's still got viability there. And the reason they decided not to do it originally was because they were going to get the King George V's, and so they went with Iron Duke, and as I said, they thought she was more stable for a gunnery platform and all these things for gunnery training. But they have options. They do have options. And I suppose now I should really say, I'm trying to use this time to buy time to say thank you to think of the proper words to say thank you to Robert Dennett for that. Thank you very much for your very generous and very great kindness you just did. You and the Bruships team make every week better for me. Lord Fisher did nothing wrong is your Discord title. If anyone wants to talk history, this is to own up for the calling the British Army the Royal Army on Discord, and I'm going to say annoying half of the members.
This means I now have to be nice to that username. I don't want to be nice to somebody saying that Fisher did nothing wrong.
But he didn't.
Well, no, he did do a good number of things wrong, but he perhaps didn't do quite as many things wrong as some people might say.
Yeah, often the things people point out that Fisher did wrong weren't actually the things he did wrong. There are things he did wrong, but not often not the things they focus on.
I will still call him out for glorious, furious, and courageous, even though I love them. But
yeah,
no.
Why
did you think this was a good idea?
I'll call. Sorry, go on. No, it's fine. Carry on. No, I insist. No, I insist. Carry on. Go finish. No.
Finish your point, and then we'll move on, please.
Yes.
No, it didn't really matter. It wasn't a point. It was just a funny quip. It's not really of any significance. Carry on.
Well, you've wasted it now.
Okay. Why was the pre-dreadnought battleship HMS Hood never raised after World War I or World War II to be scrapped? Cost versus benefit. Literally.
I'd also argue that out of all of the Royal Sovereigns, Hood is she's the one that least fits into being pre-dreadnought.
No, it's why was she? I would agree she's the least which fits into it, but she's also the one which is why is she not raised after World War I or World War II to be scrapped? Is the question.
I missed it. That was lost in the Discord mire. That is a
cost versus benefit. Simple thing.
Yes.
A minute.
It was fun. Nice to from one. You are right. Bismarck 15-inch would severely damage Tiger. I think someone wants to go garden, judging by the amount of vicious pouring I'm getting. But I will just answer Knight's everyone's points. It would, but it would also change a fair enough things around that it might change what's going on. And I still think Bismarck would be targeting Hood, because Hood would be the bigger ship. And the Germans would probably not think, hang on, one of these is more solidly built than the other. And they wouldn't think it's the smaller ship.
I'll admit to being surprised at how well this is coming out, but I do like it.
Yes, I should tap over your stream to see what that's looking like.
But realistically, it's always going to be that way to an extent. I don't think you would end up in a scenario where you have Tiger and Hood, myself, as the pairing. I think it would be a refitted Hood. It would be the modernized Tiger, but I think they'd each be paired off with a King George V. But the interesting thing is, if you're pairing a more experienced ship with a less experienced ship, then potentially it's King George V with Tiger. That's the free that's wandering off, and it's Prince of Wales with Hood back with Victorious. Potentially, because if you start looking at the arithmetic, that kind of works together as pairings. In which case you end up with a very different battle, because if you've got King George V, you have a different commander in there, and Lord love him, the commander in the King George V, Tovey, is the I don't believe in doing anything in the kinds of selective battle. I'm throwing everything, including every kitchen sink and everything else I can grab, at you in one go and seeing what sticks. So it would be King George V, Tiger, and both counties engaging, and yeah, good luck.
I was actually just thinking that potentially would having Tiger there make them want to bring the counties in more than they did historically, or because even if it's not necessarily right, they might see it as a lesser combatant and go, well, we might as well bring in the heavy cruisers as well to balance it out. But
well, potentially.
Or would he still personally think, yeah, no, we've got the battle cruiser, we've got the battleship, that's all we need?
No, Tovey would definitely bring them in. If it's 2 battle cruisers, then potentially the other guy changes his mind. Potentially. But the trouble is, he's one of the people who seems to think the battle, magically having battle in your name means you equate with each other for your type of ship. And you don't. Judging by his actions and tactics.
Can I file that one under nope? That's not how that works.
Yeah.
It was already filed there, but yeah, you can go ahead and make sure it's refiled.
I'm putting another addendum in, okay? Somebody's got to.
All right. So
then you'll have to.
I'm hoping the questions have opened. Has it worked?
I don't know.
We'll see.
All right, so that's on my channel.
This is where the bot decides to go on strike of, yep, you've had your questions. I'm going home.
We'll see.
We do not tempt fate.
I sincerely hope it doesn't do that, but
are you KO2? Are you familiar with the space above and beyond science fiction show of 1990s? Speaking of clones, no. But I'll look it up. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if one of the nukes used in World War II, Fat Man or Little Boy, suddenly became a SAR bomber after dropped? Well,
Oh,
bye Hiroshima
this is a
and Nagasaki, and yeah.
And of course, the unfortunate thing is, bye the poor sods who dropped it.
Yeah.
Possibly, quite possibly.
Because the
It also
B-29
caused
is
panic.
very unlikely to get out of there.
Might
Panic,
make the
shock,
Americans
and
more
fear.
obsessed
Okay,
with
you
high
two,
speed
hold
for
your
their fighter
questions.
aircraft. Yeah, just hold
You
questions.
could be.
Hold your questions, okay?
Hold questions for just a bit. I'm just gonna do this for a second while we're checking if things are working. But there wouldn't be any photo footage or anything afterwards to study, and there'll be a whole discussion as to whether the aircraft actually hit or not.
There'd also be a very much interesting situation of why was this so different to the first one, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Another as we talked about on
That's what we
Friday,
were discussing last time.
there's a good chance that they think the first one failed because these sort of yields are in like the extreme of. Will this ignite the local atmosphere levels of temperatures they were predicting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
Robert
given
Bennett.
how upshot Charlie, it's not upshot Charlie, it's
I think as Robert Bennett's already done that, I'm going to just stick that in there.
Just because it's the difference between 21 kiloton of a blast yield versus,
what at Bikini
50
Atoll I'm
megaton.
thinking about.
Okay.
It's where they to discover fusion weapons.
Yes, it is Bikini Atoll because we discussed it on Friday, and yes, it was Bikini Atoll.
It was a fun,
Yeah,
a
but I
fun
can't remember
time.
what the test is called. 'Cause there's several there.
Bravo, Castle Bravo.
Yes, Castle Bravo. That's it.
Alright. Bomeo Boy, what was the largest caliber of guns where a quintuple or more gun mount was used? It's the 14-inch.
15?
15,
Oh.
quintuple
Oh,
or more gun mount was used.
Oh wait,
quintuple.
Oh,
or more. It's quintuple. Quadruple is what I've said. It was. So that's 14. And there's if for a quintuple, that's 5 or more.
40.
That's got to be the 40 mil. That's the 40
Yeah.
mil. I don't think
40
anyone's
mil is the largest one that jumps to mind.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the largest would be the 90 mil.
Did they make a 5-barreled 90 mil gun?
No.
Well, I'm more thinking of that
People
little
hold
tank
the
destroyer the
questions,
Americans
alright?
made that was just thick 90mm recorded rifles.
That's
Yeah,
not-
but I don't
On
think
a
that really
turret.
count. I don't think that really counts.
No, that doesn't count. That's not the.
No.
That's like the extreme, I'm thinking.
That's a potential, but that doesn't count. Hold for a second.
Actually,
chat.
wait a moment. Wait a moment. Well, actually, it might be some of the larger caliber of Gatling guns, technically, if you want to class that.
It's not really. That's barrels arranged around a single firing axis rather than barrels arranged in a single mount.
All it
Different.
But they're still.
Just to quickly
the same
speak
thing,
over the chat, they're currently having issues with the bot. The bot is apparently playing up again. Or rather, I think the bot might have decided that YouTube might have just ignored the bot for now.
Yeah, may run out of API again.
Okay. Really quick in detail, as the expert, can you help EL5 between the help EL5 between the Fletcher and Gearing class types and the Trial Battle class destroyers as to their design philosophy considerations? Okay. Right, and well, there are other Recluse secondaries. They're quite big as well. So in this way, the difference basically is the Fletcher and Gearings are large destroyers of the destroyer type. They're built around their torpedoes. The Battle and the Tribals are built around their guns. One is built around basically being a fleet destroyer of the type where it's going to engage the enemy fleet with torpedoes, and it's going to basically be a fighting vessel in the traditional role of destroyers. And one is built around being, in many ways, the tip of the spear to clear the path for the other destroyers. And
the
so
torpedo boat destroyer.
That's their possible. And yeah, they're all destroyers are torpedo boat destroyers technically, because that's where they come from. So all of them sort of come from that area, and that's always part of the destroyer makeup. So they always do have guns as their weapons in their weapon mix, but it's whether they had guns, but they still built around their torpedoes. And the tribals and the battles are built around their guns rather than their torpedoes as their primary weapon system. So if they've got to make a choice about whether or not it's a better map position for the torpedoes or a better position for the guns win the argument. Whereas on the Gearings and the Fletchers, the torpedoes win the argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, as a very quick mind one,
okay, Drain.
Would you say the Sommers class is still the torpedo-focused one then, in that case? Or is that a weird hybrid because it's got 3 quadruple torpedo tubes, but also still has the idea of being primarily used in a surface engagement role of the 4 twin 5-inch?
Well, I'd say it is still built around its torpedo tubes, because you look at its layout, it's still focusing on the torpedoes.
It's just because it's a remarkably gun-heavy destroyer for what it is.
It is. It is a remarkably gun-heavy unit for what it is, but it's also... How do I put this? As the ships go, and if you look at them, they are most definitely built when the treaties are breaking down. Their treaties are breaking down. But they are the closest the Americans have to their equivalent to what the tribals and the darings are. But there's also the fact is that they sort of... How do I put this? There's some very weird things in their guns as well, and their systems, and how they're completed. Davis, for example, only had 5 guns, and...
I know the Summers class in general is weird in that regard, because some of them didn't have the same number of torpedo tubes, some had 8 guns for 8 torpedoes.
Yeah.
It was just one that jumped to mind of,
It's basically the closest the Americans get to it, but it's still really focused around their torpedoes, because that was the American doctrine, and it makes sense to the Americans. So I'd say the bot's working on Twitch. I don't think it's working on YouTube.
Nope.
So I'm sorry, I think it's going to have to be sneaking that if Paul and Steve don't mind.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the queue cleared into YouTube so it can just be done easily.
Okay. Right then. Black Horse. Why was it normal for troop ships to travel by themselves in World War II? It's a very specific type of troop ship. The ocean liner that travels normally is often by themselves. And that's because
it's not even all of them.
It's not even all of them. Basically, it's the fastest of them, and that's because they basically pelt across the Atlantic at a speed which is of sufficiently great enough speed that by the time any submarine spots them, it ain't going to be able to move to engage them.
You've basically got to be a ship that can crank up to 31 knots or above and hold it for the entire journey.
And they do.
Excuse me for a second here. Fleet, excuse me for a second here. If you have already submitted a question before we closed questions, it is in the queue. It will be answered more or less now in the order in which it was received. I see at least 3 questions that have just been submitted that I know are in here because I just saw them come up.
Yeah. So, for example, Queen Elizabeth and Queen Mary were extremely valuable because they could ramp themselves up to 33 knots and hold it.
And
you also had some of the larger liners from France and the US, but you did also find that a lot of the slower liners, so anything sub 30 knots, tended to be grouped into fast convoys.
Yes.
Because the problem is that those speeds, you're not quite fast enough to just go haha and zoom off over the horizon.
Okay, finished?
Yep, done. Carry on.
Just checking, because I've tried to complete my point 3 times.
I'm gonna break you one more time. Change the banner, please, Dr. Clarke.
Okay.
No.
And that's sort of that happens, but don't worry, because the thing and this is the trouble now because you. I know you're very eager, but because you've spoken, it's now going to make my point completely disjointed. And because they were so fast, you actually escorting them was sometimes an issue because believe it or not, the Royal Navy and the Americans did not design ships which could sustain that speed for the whole way across the Atlantic, because that's not usually what a warship does. A warship usually tools around at cruising speed or fleet speed and goes up to battle speed for operations. It doesn't maintain 30 plus knots for the entire trip across the Atlantic. And when the Royal Navy did try and escort them, with cruisers usually, they tended to have cruisers which were broken for the next couple of months because they need to go fix them. So it's actually the speed of their operation which enables them to do this actually mitigates against them being escorted, because you end up losing the escorts tend to be out for a couple of months.
Yeah, like it's important to bear in mind that the engines in a liner are basically over-engineered out the wazoo, because it's not just enough to be able to get to that 33 knot speed. You've got to hold it without complaint or issue.
Yeah. And you've got to be able to sustain, because it was part of the whole speed race in the 1920s and 1930s thing. So that's one reason.
Yes, the good old blue ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
Who actually holds that now? Is it still SS United States?
Let's see.
With a 35 knot pizzazz. Mm-hmm.
Could be. Let's see. The last recorded record breaker was 1952 USS United States.
Yep.
35.59 knots the whole way across. Prior to that had been the Queen Mary at 31.69 knots across during 1938. Although they claim they did actually do faster during World War II, it just wasn't recorded because they weren't going to advertise it. But yeah.
Because thing is, because the 31 knots is economical cruising for the Queens, but there are written records of both ships clocking up 33 during the war.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. When they weren't
so bothered about fuel economy, and the Royal Navy was paying the bill
Amazing,
for the prodigious amounts of fuel oil they were burning.
And of course, when the option are if you go slower, that means you're more at risk of the enemy actually engaging you. So you go as fast as you can.
Just to put the amount of fuel oil we're talking here into perspective. I think it was with the amount of fuel oil the Queens used one of the Queens used on a one-way run in World War II, cranking out at 33 knots. I think the RN could fuel, I think it was 2 or 3 of its battleships. And that's just in one trip.
Yes.
That's one way to flex on Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's quite scary once you consider the amount of flexing they did on Nazi Germany in World War II. Right. What's the next question? Rick Vasava. Any comments on what happened to the Mexican ship Kaltamak when they were dressing the ship when leaving port and hitting Brooklyn Bridge? I think Sal might have a right theory on this, because I was looking at it and going, they're applying power. They'd be trying to apply power. There's no power. They've got lights, so the engines and things, presumably all the systems are working, and they are fairly good. So I wouldn't be surprised if the variable pitch propeller had an issue. Now, the interesting thing is going to be whether it had a mechanical issue or whether it got fouled somehow. But it's all speculation at this point. Until we see the accident report, we won't really know. But I do agree that from watching Sal's video and hearing all the stuff he's done and doing my own digging when he put up the idea, that it's a strong possibility. It is certainly a strong possibility. And I am now down to my last Iron Brew bottle, which is open.
I'm just kind of surprised, given what happened last year with Baltimore, that the Port Authority has not deemed that every ship exiting must be under tug.
It did have a tug with it, but the thing is, it was at the point to which the tug was moving around because it's trying to change its position. So the tug had detached to go and do to maneuver to the next position it needed to be to get it through, and theoretically it was supposed to have its own power at that point, and normally it would do. And the thing is, you're also dealing with a pretty heavy ship, and it seems to have been almost accelerating in reverse, which is why we sort of think it was probably the propeller, that the propeller didn't change it was supposed to. So instead of it going forward, it was still barreling backwards. So even if there had been a tug there pulling with all its might, it at best it'd have mitigated it. It wouldn't have stopped it. If that makes sense. Right. You're not getting anything more. You've had enough. You're not, Poodle. You're not. OBS is disconnected and OBS has reconnected. It's all fine. It's all working. OBS is disconnected and OBS has reconnected. It's all fine. It's all working. OBS is now fine. Not sure what happened there, but yes, OBS decided to disconnect and reconnect. No idea why. Carry on now, Fleet. Hello,
okay,
everyone.
So with the topic on discussion, the problem you have with this is that they're transporting technical data and small amounts of special materials. It's not gonna fundamentally change anything. It'll give the Japanese more super projects to waste raw materials on, like the jet aircraft they were working on or the intercontinental bombs they had planned. And some of those might see prototyping before the war ends, but push comes to shove, they can't really do anything meaningful with it.
Yeah, that's a problem. They can't. I really need to get this that low balancing router in place, don't I? Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
It wasn't OBS error. It was a network. OBS was having the issue, but I think OBS is having the issue because of the network. It's now all balancing. Basically, the landline has just gone down.
Oh,
How?
And that disconnect was the time it took for the network switch to rebalance everything onto the Starlink, and basically this is why I need a load balancing router. So I need to how do I put this politely? Cough up 250 quid for a load balancing router to get it sorted out.
You have my condolences.
Yeah.
How exactly would 805 get to Japan?
Careful.
same way a bunch of other boats had made the trip.
Well,
like it's something that the
if
Germans
I'm looking at the right 805 here, she's in the Atlantic and nowhere near. Like
yeah, she was on her way.
Yeah,
she was on her way to Japan.
No, not if I'm looking.
Yeah, she was going because the whole route for out and back is Japanese boat is whether you're going out, you leave from Tokyo, Yokohama, stop for fuel at Rangoon, Rangoon to France or Germany, and then in the reverse, it's leave France or Germany to Rangoon, and then to Japan proper.
But that wasn't what she was assigned to do. This is what I'm saying. I'm trying to check if I'm looking at the right one. We are talking about the Type 9 C here.
Stop rhyming.
Type 9 C/40.
Behave.
I think she was a she was a Type 9 of some description.
She was assigned to patrol the basically American seaboard and the West Atlantic.
Well, yeah, she was at one point, but then they converted into a cargo boat and sent her off to Japan.
When did they convert her?
It was near the end of the war.
I'm not sure if I don't
think this is
805. Not 805. No,
this isn't 805.
I think they're talking about.
This is why I was confused.
I presume it was the one which was sunk.
No, she goes on one patrol until the 15th of May, then immediately surrendered.
No. I presume the vessel they were asking for was U-864.
Right.
I presumed it was 864. They meant not 805, but I just wasn't going to get in.
That's why. This is why I was confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a set of tweezers.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Knight 6831. I think we're on to that one. Sasna Mastral class anti-submarine warfare guided missile frigate has now been fully retired as of 3 weeks ago. Is it too early to say what its legacy is? Probably, because it's only gone for 3 weeks. But, you know.
And a lot of its specs are not like we have specs. We don't know how many of them are the actual specs.
Well, you know.
We can make well-educated guesses.
They were the Italian vessels.
Yeah.
They have been, I would say, retired for a little bit longer. But it's only recently they've been all fully destroyed. Or they've been fully destroyed. Well, actually, no. Grekal did survive till April 2025. So yeah. But yeah, basically, they were the Italian Navy's baby frigates.
I assume, though, the Italians, being the Italians, still covered them in guns.
Yes, they carried a four Tessio Mark II anti-ship missile double launchers, one Albatross Octuple Aspeed SAM launcher, one Otto Breda 127mm, two Otto Malera twin 40mm 70 Dardos, close-in weapon systems.
Never change.
Two Browning 12.7mm, two MG 42 59 7.6mm, two torpedo tubes, two 533mm torpedo tubes, and two 324mm torpedo triple torpedo tubes.
Never change, Italy. Never change.
I think the bit larger torpedo tubes were eventually removed.
Wow, they took some guns off. Who are they? What have they done with the Italian Admiralty?
No, they took torpedo tubes off. They didn't take guns off.
Yeah, still, it's removing.
Yeah,
it's removing firepower. I feel like this is a violation of the right to be an Italian warship.
I think they decided to add in more of the 324mm torpedo tubes because they had two triple launchers for those.
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah, fun systems. Basically, a good all-rounder little ship. A good all-rounder little ship. And I'm going to apologize for the earlier disconnect. It happened. I think it affected probably people on Twitch more than anything else because Twitch reacted more quickly, whereas YouTube just carried on working, going, yeah. Oh, and according to Rob, it's now known during trials, the SS United States made 38.32 knots during trials under non-emergency conditions. From what I've read, it's believed under emergency conditions she can make 40 to 41 knots, risking damage. That would not surprise me.
No, because if you're going to be able to hold 35 knots as your economical cruise, your maximum's got to be above.
Mm-hmm. Basically,
yeah,
you have to remember they're when we're talking about them going at 31 knots or 35 knots, that's basically them having a super cruise speed. So they have a cruise speed which is probably about 18 to 20 knots, and then they have a super cruise speed. That's not their maximum speed. That's what they sustain for the entire Atlantic crossing.
It's the speed at which their hydrodynamics have been so set up that they are most fuel efficient at speed.
Yes.
Because remember, liners are commercial warships. It's about being the fastest, but there also has to be economy involved.
Mm-hmm. Oh. I wanted to try and put off the 250 quid for a little bit longer, but BT are going to make me spend it, aren't they? Oh, yeah, rumba.
I guess they won't let you take it off their bill?
No,
they will not.
Because as far as they're concerned, as long as the downtime is measured in less than 10 seconds, it doesn't count.
Sure. Yeah, sounds like my father.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
They have many rules. But no, we can't really talk about their legacy yet. Although I would say possibly their legacy is the fact that if we consider the Italians, these vessels were succeeded by the Bergami class, and which includes, of course, are the Frem class, which is currently producing the constellations for the United States, and so yeah, you can see their legacy in terms of a good all-round frigate is a useful asset to have.
Indeed.
Oh, YouTube Minecraft, while possible, the damage to the engine is very detrimental to long sprints. Yeah, but basically, in the nicest way, it's when you realize that most of these liners replace their entire engine unit in, let's put it this way, in what navies would consider an uneconomical time frame.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also worth bearing in mind that even during war, like when we're talking about the QE's 33 knots, that's still not flat out. That's just top speed without danger.
Mm-hmm.
Non-economical. Like if the QEs thought they were under threat, there are reports of them breaking 35 if they thought a U-boat was nearby. Because we don't want to be here anymore. Let's clear this datum.
You're talking about the liners, please. Checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, just checking. Because when you say Queen Elizabeth, we have to clarify, because otherwise someone's going to put in and go, Warspite never went 35 knots.
Sorry, that's my fault. I should have said the Queens, because it was Queen Elizabeth and Queen Mary, the two half-sisters.
Yes.
Are you really going to tell Warspite that she can't do something?
Yes.
Yes. I am no longer on staff, so yes, I can. I am no longer obligated to say certain things.
Fleet, I'm not worried about you with regards to Drac. I'm worried about you with regards to Warspite's machine spirit, who we are now giving atomic weapons to.
Ruhnon, are you calling the chat goblins now?
Yes, because they break everything.
They don't. It's YouTube breaking it, and possibly BT.
And I stand by that statement. Chat breaks things because they're goblins.
I'm still. I've been talking this. I keep telling Drac he needs to come up with a name for his chat, because he now has enough subscribers. He should have a name for his chat. They shouldn't just be called chat. He should have a name for them, for his followers. But apparently the fellies is not so suitable, because that was my suggestion.
And I guess in Drac's defense, he doesn't really stream that often, so having a name for chat is somewhat superfluous.
There is that point, to be fair.
Colin Cameron, question. If the UK gains Alaska after the Crimean War, where do you think the Royal Navy would build bases, and what size of fleet do you think it would be safe for that? They probably would use anchorage in the same places that everyone else has used, because those bases, but geography dictates that more than anything else. But honestly, it probably wouldn't be that great a fleet and be part of Canada. It would be up to what would the Canadian government want to invest to keep it. And
basically, yeah.
It would be a very interesting scenario for Canada. They'd be that much bigger. And
the United States.
It would also
counterbalance that.
Yes, and it would possibly, how do I put this politely, change the Pacific War somewhat. Minecraft Watcher, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, you're not a goblin, no. You're an orc.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, you're in chat, ergo you are a goblin.
I said that with straight face as well. I hope it came across as a joke, but it was literally not a goblin. You're an orc.
You're not a goblin, you're a goober.
No, we can't call people that, because that's Guagura's people. That was something. That was what she was called. So that's trying to nick into that sort of Hololive merchandise area.
But it's not like she's around anymore, is it?
No, she's gone off to become someone new.
This is how you get Carcharodons to have a word with you.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Cameron. Question: if the UK, we answered that one. So next question would be Jacob W570. Did the Germans know D-Day was coming? Yes. Did they have spies in our territory that informed them about it? Actually, the whole misinformation campaign was telling them D-Day was coming. It was just telling them the wrong date and the wrong place.
As you do.
Yeah. The British had managed to basically hijack the entire German human intelligence gathering system in the UK, and it was basically being run from the UK, and the Germans were getting told exactly what the British wanted to tell them.
Steve, if the admins are Uruk-hai, does that mean that Dr. Clarke is Saruman?
I think I would prefer it being a croc, but...
Where are we at? I just come back to someone talking about the crocs. Why have we gone into the Great War?
Okay, no. We do have a place in the UK that would fit Mordor perfectly well.
Yeah.
Sheffield.
Now listen here, you...
Possibly.
Okay, Robert, I've heard a good rule of thumb of post-1910s era ship can usually make 10 to 20% speed above the top speed without regard for damage or safety. Well, no, there is a regard for damage and safety because it is going to require a lot of watching it. But basically, there is a whole thing with steam plant ships. There are various... You can tie down some of the lower level valves and try and pump more power into the engines. It's not something you want to do if you want to keep the engine around for a long time. But if you're planning on replacing the engine fairly soon anyway, or if the other option is losing the whole ship, then you'll probably do it.
And you could basically get away with it because boilers generally, this isn't a hard and fast rule, but boilers are generally good for 2 times their safe working pressure.
Because because you build in a safety when you're dealing with basically what is a controlled bomb, pressure a thermobaric bomb in some regards when we consider boilers and how they work. You how do I put this politely? You build in a safety margin and then you build some more in.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, trades like to go to 80% load when they're designing something from scratch.
Yeah, if your boiler can't handle 2 times its normal working pressure, consult the person who built it and then ask them what they were thinking. Because that's just no margin for error.
And also you have to consider again the Royal Navy and most navies when they're building in factoring things like how do I put this politely? The likelihood of damage. And yes, then it is like test depth versus crush depth. Castena, if the senator from
Washington.
Yeah, I was going to say Washington.
WA, right?
Yeah, WA. Comes home from the August recess in 1939 and starts quizzing the naval secretary about the new dry dock being built in Prince Rupert, British Columbia at 900 by 120. What happens? Probably a very long message and discussion point between multiple governments, but nothing much more. Because if something's being built in if a dry dock's being built in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, honestly, that's not going to worry the Americans too much. It's just, how do I put this politely? Yes,
there are bigger things to be concerned about.
There are a lot bigger things to be concerned about, and if it's sitting there in Prince Rupert, it's not far from Haida, the Haida territories, and it makes sense it being there, and it's it's useful. But there's the Royal Navy aren't going to be deploying a major fleet around there just because of a dry dock. You'd have to build a whole lot of warehouses and a lot more than probably just a dry dock, and even then the Americans would go, well, what are they building it for? The British might actually legitimately claim they're building a dry dock there literally because of Japan, and they want another one in the theatre because of Japan. And the Americans would probably go, well, considering you guys have been pointing guns at each other in January 1939 and January 1937 and January 1938, and will do so again in January 1940, we can understand why that's a factor in your thinking. It's also a factor in ours. Can we make use of the dry dock as well if we need to? Yes, go on. Done. That's basically
and
it.
everyone lived happily ever after.
Yeah, the thing is with Britain and America, every time people try to bring up the likelihood of war in the 1920s and 30s, I go, they talk too much. There's too much of an incestuous relationship going on, and it's not.
Yeah, they talk too much. They trade too much. It's just the flow factors towards a conflict just aren't there. Or if they are there, they're countermanded by
they have
pull factors.
And the reason I say this is incestuous is because the thing is, people tend to go, well, then how the civil wars break out? Because of course they're intermarried, interconnected. Because they don't usually have formal mechanisms between the sides to resolve things, and they don't even have necessarily the informal mechanisms might not work. Because the formal mechanisms within a state are signing up to the methods of government within the state. Once you disagree with those mechanisms because you disagree with the government, they then cease to work. Whereas in an international scenario, you have the informal and the formal methodologies, and no one's probably going to sign up and go, you know what, I don't believe in ambassadors anymore. And there's quite a long level to go before the British or the American governments believe the other government doesn't have a right to exist and so won't talk to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
In fact, it's very, very rare that you ever get to that point in history. It's very rare.
Yeah.
The only times I can think of in modern history was the Second World War, as in major powers, because at that point the Western Allies had decided that the German government didn't deserve to exist and were not going to talk to it.
Yeah, even the Japanese, they talked to the government. They talked to Mitsumasu Yonai. They talked to the Emperor's representative. Colin Cameron.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's very different in that scenario. Anyway, let's move on to Colin Cameron's question. If you could fire a spread of torpedoes at any target between 1900 and 1999, where and when would it be? If I could fire a spread of torpedoes at any target between 1900 and 1999, where would it be? It would probably be Kiel. Literally on... Well... Literally... If I could do it on probably about the 1st September 1939. Possibly Kiel, I'm not sure, maybe Kiel Naval Base? I'm trying to remember, was that the base that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were in? Because if I can take them out right at the beginning of World War II with one spread of torpedoes... Are they in Kiel or Wilhelmshaven? I can't remember. They're in one or the other. I would literally go and take out Gneisenau and Scharnhorst at the start of the war. Literally wipe them out before anything gets done. Because if you think about it, that's going to derail Norway. That's going to stop That's going to stop Glorious being lost. That's going to stop so many different things happening. If you take out Scharnhorst and Gneisenau at the beginning of World War II, that changes the war dramatically.
The stream drop seems to have broken shared chat.
Oh, dang. Do you want me to reconnect?
I set up a new instance, so I guess just accept that invite and we'll see if it resets it.
Okay. I do not know. Okay, right. I'm going to have to refresh my creator dashboard and then do the whole share chat thing.
Whoops. Don't sweat it too much.
No, I'm not.
I was just poking at it to see if I could get it to work on my side. And unfortunately, the answer was no.
Hopefully you should have been invited, and hopefully sharing chat should be working.
Yep, I see an invite. So let's go and do the new session.
And that should work.
Yep, it's been restarted. Woohoo!
That's good.
We did it!
Hooray!
Technology.
Oh. it's always so much fun. All this stuff. Usually it works quite well. This week the bot worked for a bit, but then the whole internet went down.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's just they're running out of API calls on Sundays.
Yeah. So,
and we stream so late in the day.
Yeah.
GMT.
Okay. So, Rusty, where would you like to fire a spread of torpedoes between 1900 and 1999? Hello?
It is a very interesting question.
It is a very interesting question.
Can I take out MacArthur?
If you want to.
Is he worth a spread of torpedoes?
If you think that's going to have the necessary impact, go for it. For my mind, as I said, I went for Scharnhorst and Gneisenau at the beginning of World War II. Just take them straight out at the beginning of the war.
It may or may not have a necessary impact, but it would be cathartic.
When is it taking place?
Anytime between 1900 and 1999, you can fire a spread of torpedoes at any target. Any target.
Just because it's an eyesore, the Orwell Bridge in Suffolk.
Okay.
I'm sure if you put an entire salvo of high-yield torpedoes into one of those support, it's gonna go bang.
But would they rebuild it?
Yep. You might find, Foxxo, that the remaining pillars give it enough structural integrity that it survives.
That is a really tough one.
But there's a few just amusing ones I can think of. Like, one that would just be amusing is Valentine's Day when Bismarck's launched.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine Bismarck hits the water, proceeds to detonate. Doesn't really paint a good picture for them now, does it?
No.
I mean, there is mine, which is fire.
End of the Battle of Jutland's always a decent one, I would say.
Fire a spread of torpedoes at the Battle of the one where Admiral Makarov's still in charge. The last one where he dies. Fire a spread of torpedoes at the Japanese battle line at that battle, and then see what happens.
Tempting.
Because then the Russians might have a chance of winning the Russo-Japanese War. As interesting as that would be.
Yeah. Why is it fleets always rooting against the British Allies? I never notice.
I was wondering, why do you want the Russians to win?
Look, I kind of have a soft spot for the Russian ship design.
He wants an Anglo-Russian war over India in 1907.
Not particularly.
He just likes whoever has the Frenchiest ship designs, and usually if it's not the French, it's the Russians.
Hey, that's not particularly fair.
That's usually yeah, it is.
But is it wrong?
Yeah.
If I say yes, will we all just move on?
We won't believe you, but yeah, we can move on for the sake of the argument.
We'll move on because we've got other questions to go to. But yeah, there is a temptation to do it at Jutland, as Jutland, as Shear is turning away, send a spread of torpedoes straight into his flagship.
Especially if there's something like, I don't know, a Mark 48 ADCAP.
Well, no, actually, if you spend a spread of torpedoes from that period and they hit and do enough damage, they might not sink it, but the rest of the fleet might try and defend him and pull him out, in which case you could close in and kill with artillery.
As a Jutland probably would be my actual choice just until I could give it more thought, because especially if it's near the end of it, say when they're trying to make their way home, especially if they have managed to escape the Grand Fleet and think they're basically home free, only for them to get hit by this spread of torpedoes and lose a large number of their ships, would definitely be interesting, because they'll now be paranoid of, so how did we lose these? Where did these torpedoes come from? Did the British have submarines set here to begin with? What else have they been doing? But also now, most of the High Seas Fleet is crippled. This might not change the outcome of the war too drastically, but it's still very much a case of, we've done this. And also I just want to see the British propaganda of the admirals who are going, So how did this happen?
Yeah,
Let's
no
just
idea.
not talk about it.
Yeah, but
Yes, we definitely won this.
I went for Gneisenau and Scharnhorst because that then gives you probably Glorious as an extra carrier for Taranto. And so you get a free carrier attack at Taranto and possibly a free carrier attack at Meza Kabir. And it changes the whole history going through World War II. And that changes. It's a cumulative thing which just changes it. Yeah?
You just really want to stack the deck as much as you can for Taranto, don't you?
Okay, I want to try and get that friggin' Ingilio Cesare, okay?
Yes, in answer to our question.
No scenario where that thing, unless you bring an entire squadron of skewer dive bombers and have them just target her, you get her.
Alex is not okay, as it turns out.
Alex is a British naval historian. Of course he's not okay.
You could very easily, though,
Killer Bin
prevent a stain.
Sorry, carry on. Karen Foxxo.
You could very easily prevent a stain upon the name of all carriers from being built and entering the water and entering service.
You want to get rid of Burn?
No. As she's being stolen by the Russians, just put a spread of torpedoes into Kuznetsov.
Whoa, hold on, whoa.
Burn has an excuse. Kuznetsov does not.
Kuznetsov's not a bad carrier, Foxxo. It's just that she happened to exist in Russia in the 1990s.
Killer Bin. I do find it amusing that Oscar Ward's battery was upgraded. Oscar Ward's battery was upgraded to Mark 48 ad caps. Not sure why on earth you'd need it, unless you want to fire torps up and down the fjord. Well, it does make it. If a Russian submarine is trying to sneak that far up the fjord, it's going to have a not very nice experience. Mark Harkness, suppose that Tiger, rather than Iron Duke, survives London. I think you answered this question.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, can I just quickly chime in with my torpedo spread?
Yes.
Sure.
Finally, talking
my
Dan.
thought was if you could... Yeah, I've been on the laptop listening, but the microphone seems to have decided it doesn't want to work.
I know Dan's here. That doesn't make you jump in my lap.
If you could get Wilhelmshaven or Kiel when it's not just Scharnhorst and Eisenhower, but also Deutschland and Graf Spee, that would be really tasty. You could do some. Just think if you didn't have those two bimbling around at the start of the war either, distracting everyone. Just a thought.
It would be. I think at the beginning of the war you could get Deutschland. I don't think you could get Graf Spee, and Deutschland was out, but the other one was. Pardon me, the Admiral Scheer was in, so you could get Scheer. Sorry about that. Scheer, Scharnhorst, and Eisenhower. I think they're all together at one point.
Oh no, this is preemptive. I'm getting them in August.
Oh, you're getting them in August.
No.
You're, yeah.
No.
Yeah,
I do think we are
fun.
missing a real prize here.
Yeah.
Does Hoche still exist in 1900?
No, don't you dare! Don't you dare touch.
Okay, let's
ship.
move on to the next question before we have next 30 minutes of why Hoche should not be destroyed by torpedoes in 1900 to save everyone's eyesight. Bowmere Boy.
Argued by exactly one person.
Bowmere Boy, given that in battles like Samar and naval aviation had to use ground attack and ASW munitions against surface ships, have there been cases of the inverse of ASW against ground troops? I don't think anyone's ever fired a torpedo at ground troops, but I seem to remember that the Japanese might have tried to use depth charges against some of the American landings in World War II. But I can't for the life of me remember which one.
Well, no. The thing is, do you count sort of their ASW mortars that were used on land, like the Matilda Hedgehogs?
Nope.
We'll be here.
I mean, you've got tanks like the Matilda Hedgehog the Australians used, and the British also used land and sea mattress. and see Mattress being the naval version of it for ASW. Where have we pinged? Who pinged me?
Everyone did? You can be quite pingable at times.
Who are you pinging?
No, she's just requesting a small loan of 1 million credits.
1 million credits? Again? Who's she pinging for the 1 million credits? As long as it's not me, she might have a chance. Black Horse. What was the legacy of HMS Zubian and why was it done? It was done for exigency and legacy was cute. We did it. Let's never do it again.
But to be fair, I think it's also got a second legacy of confusing the Germans.
Oh yes, it did. The Germans at that point no longer trusted any list they had of British warships because they believed the Royal Navy had a secret shipyards, and it's wonderful. They still believe it in World War II that Britain has secret shipyards.
They are sweet, innocent souls, aren't they?
They are. They're lovely. They really are at certain points. They are really, really nice as people. What can I say? Let's move that across a bit so it's a bit easier to see people. Castania, in response to the Munich crisis, the Iran persuades one of the gun makers to build a factory in Australia producing small to medium artillery, specific pom-poms. What happens? The Australian Navy is very, very happy.
Before we tuck too deeply into this question here, I'm having a bit of a brain fart. Did we answer the proto-abdicom question? Because it's checked, but I don't remember anything about it.
Who checked it? Because I don't think we have. So if you
the same with the Tiger and Iron Duke question.
Oh, we answered that one.
Tiger and Iron Duke? That one we definitely answered.
That one we definitely did.
Okay.
Where is the ABDA command one? Okay, yeah. John said, if the UK, Australians, Dutch had created a proto-ABDA command just about America in 1940 under a dynamic leader, I think I've done a whole videos of this. I've definitely done videos on this, like Keys. How much could have thrown a monkey wrench in the Japan's moves in 1941? I've done a whole video about this, so you guys talk.
I'll pull it up.
I mean, there's not so much about having a dynamic leader. It's about, okay, what assets do we actually have on hand? So there's the full
actually having a chain of command.
Yeah, and it's also in a nice way. Imagine turning around to Admiral Keyes, I think I put in the video, and telling him, "Oh no, we don't want to build those defences in Malaya because they'll disrupt the colony's plans for economic movements, and it's not necessary because we'll never be attacked here." And the Keyes would just go, "Shut up and get out of my way."
Yeah, I think I was involved in the same thing. I think that was one of the what ifs you involved me in, possibly.
Yes, I think it was.
And
it was a lot of discussion of basically Keyes. Basically, is if you have someone of that seniority who's an admiral of the fleet out there in command, coordinating everyone, you might not have a lot of more forces added to it, but you're going to have a lot of the things working together, and B, a lot of the stupid things which don't get done because of people being silly little things over their particular fiefdoms would get done because they'd be told if they didn't do it, they'd be gone.
My other dreams in that are, or were, still are, given that Dowding and Keith Park both got put out to pasture at this point, sending them instead of the historical CNC Far East and head of the RAF out there, because that would be fun. I mean, I'd also like Park for Malta, but because that would also be fun. But yeah, and given that Keith Park was a Kiwi, it helps with that regard as well.
You also have to remember, Keyes was a big fan. People are asking about Keyes. Keyes was the guy who set up and started the commando program, set it up, trained it, got everything going for it, and all the combined operations program together, and was a huge fan of the Gurkhas. And it would be a very you would probably find things like the Chindits, etc., would already be existing, or at least the protos for the Chindits and organizations like that would already be existing in the Far East before war began.
The thing with the Chindits is that they are an exceptionally ad hoc formation, and
yes,
very much driven by the man who created them. I think what you'd have instead is you'd have a much better prepared force in Malaya. I don't think you'd even get to the stage where you'd have an ad hoc force like the Chindits. You'd have something much more uniform for behind the lines operations rather than something ad hoc, almost militia like the Chindits.
Fleet, the reason I say Chindits and Chindit-like formation is because until he could get the extra resources to properly support and sustain it, it's going to be a Chindit-like formation. So until he can get the extra resources, and he's going to have to use the resources he has out there. So it'll probably be organised, but I didn't say Chindit force, I said Chindit-like force. It's going to be a mixture of ad hoc and organisation, as were the early commando units, until he got the resources for them. Back in the UK. So that's the scenario. And also, he's taking over in 1940, so he doesn't have that long.
It's also just a question of having people who are actually comfortable fighting in the jungle and can take on the Japanese there, because that would... Remember, I mean, their logistics were so close to breaking at the point that Singapore fell that it's almost, any horseshoe nail kind of going missing or whatever, and they're snookered.
Yeah. And it's also, if you have keys, this is going to sound terrible, but as we discussed before, it doesn't require much of a carrier to change the 4C scenario. You only need something with some fighters aboard. Let's be honest, by hook or by crook, he's getting Hermes or something like that out there at the bare minimum. Even if he doesn't get a full-size fleet carrier, he's getting something out there which is going to have some fighters aboard. And Hermes is perfectly capable of providing enough of a fighter defense to deal with the joys of the attack which sinks Repulse and Prince of Wales. It's not great, but it's not going to be too much.
The carrier's the carrier.
Yeah, and as long as you've got some fighters and some reconnaissance aircraft, that's going to be all you need from it. It doesn't need to have a strike capability. The strike capability will be the carrier that comes after it. But also, one of the things he will probably be doing is he'll probably be pushing for ships to be sent for their refits and repairs in India, in the resources we have in Bombay, etc., and use those. So they are in his area if something goes down.
I now have visions of Swordfish trying to intercept the Japanese bombers.
No.
It's slightly hurting my brain. They would.
It wouldn't be, yes, but they wouldn't have Swordfish. The worst they'd have would be Sea Gladiators, but they wouldn't have those aboard her either. They probably... There are aircraft around which are suitable. He might manage to get some early Wildcats.
Or Brewster Buffaloes.
Or Buffaloes. Or something. He'll get something. It won't necessarily be great, but it'll be something, and you only need something to make the attack, because the Bettys are the attacking aircraft from the Japanese have literally left their guns behind, and so that they can carry enough fuel and get enough distance. They've got no fighter escort, they've got no guns. You do not need a great fighter to break those strikes up. You just need something. It's one of the scenarios. It's the scenario when you look at it, you go, oh, frick it. Hello, Hood and Bismarck. Right then, but I have done a whole video about it. Sometimes I'm starting to get to the scenario where I'm starting to post video links to people in Patreon when they make Patreon suggestions, because some of the topics are coming up again, and I've already done the video. And I have always said I will repeat videos. I'll redo videos if I've got new information added into them and people want to ask the question again. But if I haven't gotten much new information to add, I won't repeat them. I'll just send them the link to it, and so we can pick something different. But yeah, it probably will come up again at some point. Castanea, if in response to the Munich crisis, the Royal Navy persuaded one of the gun makers to build a factory in Australia producing small to medium artillery, specifically pom-poms, what happens?
We did this.
We basically had started this. We hadn't actually answered this.
Fair enough.
The answer is you get in a nicest way, you find yourself with a whole lot more pom-poms and 40mm for things like Singapore, for things like the ships operating out there, the Bathurst class, etc. Probably have a lot of pom-poms on them. And there's probably a heavier AA defense on all these things going forward. But the really thing is, if you do have medium, what we would call medium, you're saying small to medium, specifically pom-poms wouldn't be considered medium artillery. In terms of naval, they are medium for AA, but they're not medium artillery in naval terms. Naval terms, medium would be 4.5 inch, 4.7 inch. So if you've also got 4.5 inch out there, and you got pom-poms, then also you're probably going to get manufacture. You're far more likely to have larger ships being sent out there for major refits. So you actually might have ships like Repulse sent out earlier to have a renowned style refit, because you've got 4.5 inch guns and you've got pom-poms being produced out there. You just need to ship out the stuff you need to ship out is relatively less, because they're already building the big difficult stuff. It's also going to change things like the Bathurst class, and it's going to change what Australia can build. They could end up building something which is a Dido class but armed with 4.5 inch guns, or something like that. That's what they could end up producing, because they could produce something of Dido sized, and they could be building a few of those, and that would be an interesting vessel to deal with. Something which is Dido sized, carrying 4 twin 4.5 inch guns, BD mounts, and let's say a couple of octopool 40mm pom-pom mounts in C and X positions, and a couple of quad midship, on the waist pom-poms. You've got a lot of firepower, and that does have an impact on things, and it could even have an impact on Force Z. If you have a couple of those in service, they're probably with Force Z at that point, or they're with them in a training fleet. And yeah, they'd be useful.
And the Americans would hate it when they linked up with those, wouldn't they? I mean, that would just be a horrible thing to have alongside you at something like Midway.
Yeah, that would be kind of... Hello, we are a light screening cruiser. Yes. There are targets. There won't be targets by the time we've finished.
Pretty much.
Australian Canberra AA cruisers. Okay, no, they're not AA cruisers, but they are counties which can actually get their guns up to 70 degrees and fire their 8-inch at 70 degrees. So yeah, that's they are fun. They scared the bejesus out of the Americans when the Americans didn't realize they could do it on a level of they knew on their intelligence reports they could theoretically do it, but no one had really believed it until they were sitting. The force was together on operations. The Japanese, they knew they were coming. And I think it was, I'm not sure which of the animals it was, but he looked across from his carrier, and he just saw the county class cruiser, which he could just about see, was training its main gun battery. He was going, "What are they doing? Are they going to shoot at me?" And suddenly he realizes they're booming off, and all 8 guns are engaging the air attack coming in at range well beyond the 5-inch, well beyond everything. And he's having to call up, going, "We haven't warned the cat that they're under artillery bombardment." And the response was, "They'll figure it out." This was first experience of operating with Australians. They'll figure it out. There is.
She'll be right. Mate, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. She'll be right. She'll be right. Bonza.
Please never do that accent in the presence of an Australian. Please don't.
No. Do it in the around an Australian. What happened?
You know the whole "that's not a knife, this is a knife" thing.
Yes,
they'll be going, "This is a knife, stab." Another Aussie will come along and go, "This is also a knife, stab, stab," and so on and so on.
I am very familiar with Australians, and I have seen Crocodile Dundee.
I was more worried about what the wildlife will do to you. Paul Amos, what is the silliest comment you received this week? Oh, fun!
Oh
this
boy,
is a fun one. Silliest comment I received. Silliest comment I received this week. Oh, good lord! On my YouTube channel, there are some really interesting ones I get. There are some really, really interesting, but to find the silliest one this week, I'm actually having to scroll down quite a long way. I muted them. I possibly did mute them because, oh yes, they literally. There was literally someone who watched me who literally commented to me. Every time I watch your video, it makes me feel physically ill and like I'm going to have a heart attack. So my response was, A, why are you watching my videos? Which then resulted in a whole load of starred words coming back to me, so I muted them.
I would have just muted them and said, "Here, did you a favor, you're banned from the channel."
I thought first I'd try and do some counselling, because if they're so upset that, why are they watching the videos? Again, as I say this regularly, if you don't like something on YouTube, watch something else. There are literally millions of channels. Quite literally.
How much of an answer do you want to that one?
How about the rest of you? Have any of you received any silly comments this week?
Not really. I'm looking. Go on.
Go ahead.
No. I insist. You first.
Thankfully, I'm too small to receive absurd comments. Although the most out of line I've seen, which was on Fleet's channel, was somebody screaming at him to get pregnant.
Oh yes.
So I was telling Fleet to get
it was
pregnant.
funny though.
Twice.
I have met Fleet. I don't think he can get pregnant. He might be able to get others pregnant, but I don't think he can get pregnant.
Not with that attitude.
Foxxo, were you the one screaming at him to get pregnant?
No, she wasn't.
It was somebody else who was still in certain communities that we have overlap with.
Okay.
But their conduct in those communities has been fine, so I don't know why they decided to be weird with
if you don't know, it's a joke most of the time.
It's still a very strange comment to open up with.
Yeah.
They'll say
but
it's a violation of TOS.
Yeah,
I'm actually not necessarily sure if it is, but I'm not going to argue with you on it.
I would consider it to be harassing and otherwise derogatory or inflammatory content. So
it's also really not worth taking the risk for when we have an option to not have any risk.
Yeah, it's one of those things of I wouldn't get into that because that's the sort of thing which can lead to YouTube being very weird with you. Very weird.
There are some channels and communities and contexts where that kind of statement is congruent.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use that term. Nobody here runs one where that is.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm getting a slight sense from what Fleet said that he might have a Marana coil inserted, which disturbs me even more.
What? What on earth? How did you? How did you?
No, we're not getting into this. We are not. Dan, no.
Don't worry about
Fleet,
One-
no.
No.
Dragon, no.
Drop it.
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm going to a different thing. I'm going back to
Okay.
the initial. It's
Okay.
not possibly the silliest I've heard, but it's just the most recent of. It's not possible by the laws of physics for Rodney to have hit 25 knots.
Oh, I've
yeah,
seen so
said
many
that
of
to
those
Clarke.
this week. Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think of it?
I think I replied to you and gave you a long rambling voice message, but I also went and tracked down their comment I actually went and tracked their comment down on Drak's actual video and read through their full comment on Drak's video as what because it's used in the same language, so I'm guessing it's the same person. And I was literally looking at it going, you have no idea about ships at all, do you?
You sent us a 6-second voice message where I think you were talking to the poodle. So
Okay.
This happens. This is just the way Dr. Clarke do be.
Yeah, sometimes I send voice messages, and sometimes Discord doesn't send the full message. It'll just send the last
Actually,
5 or 6 seconds.
As a slightly more amusing one, though, don't worry. The population doesn't even realize they're in a surveillance state. They don't even have to worry about things being Big Brother, for the population themselves are Big Brother.
yes.
This was a comment on something that me and Foxxo quite like reading, and it's very amusing and interesting.
I do like this whole there's a massive global cabal conspiracy theory, because literally
No,
this is nothing to
do with real life.
Oh, fair enough.
This is to do with a Star Wars fanfic.
Ooh.
But it was the worst part is it's true.
Yeah.
I am confusion. Destroyer of sound minds.
Black Horse, how often
I
did
got the
small...
grandma KGB.
Alright, let's go to the next question before we get sucked into a black hole of this stuff. Black Horse, how often did smaller ships try to ram bigger ships, and did it work? Sometimes it worked, but it's not really an advised tactic, but if you're going to be sunk anyway, you might as well go for it. And let's be honest, if you consider HMS Spitfire in the Battle of Jutland came home with, I think it was Pommer's, a large chunk of Pommern, wasn't it? Some armor plate on her bow?
I think it was, yeah. She just said, nice armor plate, I'm nicking it and taking it back with me, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Basically, she came home with a war trophy from Jutland. This is another...
Remember where Spitfire was built?
Where?
Remind me where Spitfire was built?
Ooh, let me check.
Was by any chance, was it Liverpool way?
No, then you would have found
No,
Wall's End, apparently. Okay.
Wall's End. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well, that explains it too.
Yeah. She's a Geordie.
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes an uncomfortable amount of things.
I have taken part in a battle. I am not going home without something to show everyone I've been in a battle. Come here, German battleship. I want your armor.
No, but the Germans should be happy that they only took the armor plate and they didn't find the Pommern on stocks with propellers missing.
No, I said that's a Liverpool thing. That's Scousers.
Yeah, that would.
We're not quite that. Geordies are not quite that bad. Trust me.
Oh no, it wasn't the Pommern. It was the Nassau. It was a Nassau. She took it out. Nassau.
Yeah, Nassau. Yeah.
It wasn't the Pommern. It was the Nassau. It was worse. And I actually do have a picture available of her, and she does look like she's been in a fight. She does really look like she's been in a fight.
Has she basically been out in Newcastle on a Friday night? Possibly supporting the wrong football team.
Don't remind me. So Sunderland just won their promotion match, which means Sunderland and Newcastle are now going to start encountering each other in normal games again.
Oh.
Well, that'll be fun.
This means Derby nights are back on.
And where do you work again? In a sports bar?
In a bar. In a bar which streams sports, yes. It isn't a sports bar, but we do have sports sections.
Oh, good luck. This is Spitfire. After Jutland. Please note, a large chunk of the metal you can see on her forward part of her is from the Nassau. And that's all, not her.
Well, I mean, she's hardly going to drape herself in her own armor plate.
No!
Besides, she's a World War One destroyer. She doesn't have any armor plate.
No, she doesn't.
She has hopes and prayers.
Robert Dendovan, as an American, all these comments about UK regions leave me confused. Will our friendly American translate the regions?
Wait, what? I haven't. What?
Will our friendly American translate the regions?
Okay, I need. What am I looking at? Where am I?
So, who wants to describe?
Here?
Who wants to describe Newcastle to Ruhnon, and then the general impression of Liverpool to Ruhnon, and then Glasgow, so that when we talk about them, Robert then Duvan understands what we're sort of talking about. And it's actually probably helpful to the Americans, because we do have a lot of Americans who listen to this channel. It would probably help them to understand what we're talking about. So, who wants to take the job of which region?
There are some very weird comments about
I can.
around the world.
One thing, Dan, you're having a tremendous amount of audio bleed, it sounds like. Two, I'm just going to put out something that is why I was so head out of the zone for a moment here. The short answer is, for why the bot stops working on YouTube, is that there are so many users of StreamerBot, which is the underlying program for it, that it is running out of its quota for the entire program.
So you've confirmed that that is the cause.
Yeah,
I have a strong suspicion that that is the case, based on the thread that I am seeing in the streamer.bot server. And because of when Dr. Clarke streams, it is nearly at the end of the day on the UTC clock. So, yes, exactly, 96831. We are running out of API calls because the way YouTube runs their API, it is not a constant send-only signal. It is a send and receive signal. Twitch is a send-only, which is why Twitch, you'd never run out of API. But YouTube has...
You're giving him a pork pie.
YouTube has not yet configured itself to be
not 70
a good platform for streaming.
No, and I doubt they will do, because they do focus on food on videos more than streaming and recorded videos. Yeah.
Yes, that is their strong bias.
He's jealous of
there are many wondering if you're nicking the poodle.
Yes.
No, it's not that the bot cannot be used on YouTube anymore. It's that the devs behind StreamerBot are waiting for Google to approve their API allotment increase.
Mm-hmm. So, with that being said, though, I refer you to the early assessment, and please, each of you pick in turn whether you're going to do Newcastle, Liverpool, or Glasgow, and Ruhnon can try and translate from your descriptions where is the equivalent American region.
I'm not going that far north. Oh, no. I'm leaving that to Foxxo and Dragon.
Considering I was born in Sunderland and technically live in Newcastle, I can handle those.
Right, so there is a line in the British Isles which is akin to the border into Mordor. People will argue where this line exists.
It's not that bad.
But it exists somewhere.
It's not that bad.
Some argue it's just north of the M25. Some argue it's the Yorkshire border.
Now listen here.
Some argue that it is the English Marches and Northumberland.
Right, I get right. So,
it's called the Stick.
Right. So to give it slightly more reasonable, Liverpool, or in particular, what's called Scousers, are particularly well known for. Well, basically, there's the whole meme of you leave your car outside your house, the next day it's on bricks and all your tires are stolen.
I also have to say, having travelled to Liverpool quite often on trains, it's been amazing how often I've been the only one who's actually paid for my ticket.
Am I definitely? Liverpudlian.
Yeah.
Scousers.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm definitely blaming the right city here because
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole instance with Liverpool, the whole issue with Newcastle and Sunderland is they're literally cities on either side of the river and really don't like each other because,
apparently the accents are different, and
they are.
for those of us who are civilized, we take their word for it.
And to be fair, I think there's a running competition between the girls there on a Friday night as to see who can go out in the coldest weather wearing the least clothes.
So
this is a surprising trend. This is a surprisingly common trend.
We've now shifted from Baltimore to Camden.
Okay.
Right. They also will start a war with each other whenever the football's on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. We're still in Baltimore and Camden.
Like genuinely, Molotovs and such have been thrown. One of the last times a good outcome was recovered, a horse basically had to be put down as it was beaten so many times. Not because they're trying to attack the police officer or the horse. They just want to keep fighting each other, and the horse, unfortunately, was in that position.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when they got hit by the bricks, wasn't it? When they were throwing bricks at each other.
No, this was people literally walking up and punching it because they couldn't see straight.
Since everyone were looking for
Hello.
me.
Corgi appeared. Hello.
I'm not very well, really.
I don't have any bickies for him.
Or sausages.
All sausages. Corgi appeared and disappeared. Sorry. Carry on.
And then you've got poor old Gateshead, which is going, are we a city yet? No. Maybe in 30 more years.
Can we be a city, please? No. No one outside of the kind of northeast of England understands that you're not just Newcastle.
Are we sure they're not Newcastle? I've stayed there. It's literally, it felt a lot like Newcastle.
Right, until you see the sign which says "Welcome to Gateshead," you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, so that's probably Minneapolis, St. Paul, at a guess.
Or Northern Virginia broadly, or Long Island.
Yeah.
Or Kansas City? Like, we got the two separate cities that would be the same.
That's Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yeah, it is fun. Anyway.
And then Glasgow basically has a massive sectarian divide between Protestants and Catholics that is entirely mediated through the form of their football teams, Rangers and Celtic.
I'd also like to point out, as you go throughout the country, people try, how to put it, fighting with broken bottles in London is something people like to try and do occasionally. When you reach Glasgow, it has developed into an art form. It is a form of martial art in of itself. There are skill levels. There are recognized abilities. So in the nicest way in Glasgow, if you hear bottles smashing behind you and you're not from there, you run. You get out of the way fast. Because trust me, you could be packing all sorts of weaponry. You are not going to beat them. Okay? You're just not.
And a Glasgow kiss is a headbutt.
Yes. And a friendly handshake in Glasgow is something which is going to leave you not able to walk for the next 2 weeks.
Indeed.
Anyway. Next question. So, actually no. Where's the Glasgow equivalent in America, Ruhnon? Or is nowhere quite that skilled with bottle fighting?
That sounds, again, more Baltimore, Chicago area.
Also, as Steve's saying, they practically have their own language.
They do have
Baltimore and
their own
Chicago are very much they are two cities separated by a large amount of
But could also be Boston if the dialect is bifurcated enough, but Baltimore can be pretty darn thick.
Yeah.
The only thing I was thinking is possibly, isn't there a massive, just thinking of football teams, isn't there a massive split in Texas between the Aggies and I think it's Texas University? No?
Well, you have Texas A&M, and then you have Cowboys. Everybody else doesn't matter.
You have the Crimson Tide, don't you? As well, they matter.
That's Alabama. He doesn't know. He's British. That's Alabama. That's Alabama.
No, I was right because
Please.
I wasn't saying they were Texas. I was going for teams I actually remember the names of, and actually, Crimson Tide are one of the ones. Because my family, the reason I remember this and the reason this came up with Texas relatives is because the fact is the Texas relatives support the Dallas Cowboys. I think it is, and from memory, and unfortunately, one of them has married a girl from Bama who supports the Tide. And it causes it was led to a very interesting wedding ceremony where all the men were wearing either Cowboys jerseys or Tide jerseys.
So there shouldn't
and I
be
had
so
when
much...
I went to that ceremony, I had to pick which team I've supported.
So there shouldn't be that much animosity between Cowboys and Alabama because one is college ball, one is pro ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the college ball that is tougher, and actually, yeah.
You did have to pick your team though to be there. You did have to pick your team.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I think I went with the Tide because all the larger jerseys for the Cowboys had gone, and the only jerseys left were the really small ones, which I decided were designed for girls who were about size 0, and not for anyone bigger. So I didn't want to split it, so I took a Tide jersey.
I have a Cowboys baseball cap because I made it to Austin during my elective. Although I was in Louisiana for most of it, but had cousins at the time in Texas.
We're probably gonna when we're in Japan, we're probably going to go to a baseball game because I don't imagine we'll get Gareth past all the baseball in Japan.
No, we're not. We're not going to another sodding baseball game.
Yes, you're going to have to. You're going to have to enjoy the popcorn. I will send. There also, I have told. I have been told there are special servers at Japanese baseball games who literally run around filling up your glass of beer. So
I don't care. It's not. I will. I am
Don't
not
worry, Dan.
going to waste any of my life watching that.
There is a simple solution.
I mean, it's Rounders.
Rounders is good.
Okay, now let's go on to the Italian-style refit of Warspite and get off the subject of baseball quickly before Dan does his full anti-baseball rant.
An Italian-style refit?
Yes, Richard Gross, what could you do with an Italian-style rebuild of Warspite? I suppose that also means maybe you sacrifice a turret for extra boilers and speed. So instead of
Isn't this basically Renown?
Well, yes, you basically turned Warspite into a fast battleship equivalent of herself. Also, if you're doing that much of a refit, you might actually give her triple turrets. 3 triple 15-inch turrets.
Yeah, because that is quite a rebuild, isn't it?
Well, because you're doing a full Italian-style rebuild, so you might as well go to full hog, and that's basically what you'd be doing. And then she'd have 9 15-inch guns, but she'd basically be, like the Italians were, she'd be, yes, I'm honestly the previous ship. I've not just had a great refit.
That's a lot of money, but
Robert, don't worry.
Come out with 9.
You don't have to apologise. I actually thought it was a good question. I know. Well, I guess it was probably a joke, but I actually wanted to explain that because I realised we have quite a lot of American audience, and I thought explaining some of these things might help, and it might serve as an interesting thing for them to go back to at some point and go, "Oh, that explains that." So when they hear people talk about it, not just this channel but other channels talk about it, they'll go, "Oh, now we know what they're getting in." And if you come to the UK, it gives you forewarning. It gives you forewarning. The UK is a lovely place. The people are very lovely. But the fun I've had is when I've taken, especially American students, to Newcastle, or Liverpool, or Glasgow, and they're from the colder American cities, and they see what the girls in those cities do on a Friday night in clothes or their clothing dress, they cannot physically understand them. They're just going, they're all dressed up very lovely, but What do they have? Absinthe instead of blood in their veins? How are they not frozen?
Yeah, like -10 to -15 is probably the lowest I've seen people basically wearing shorts, sandals, and basically crop top.
Yeah, about -15.
Yeah.
I've seen that as well. And I would say those shorts were basically, they had about as much material as you get in a paper napkin.
The only thing I would say is beware of
from
generic.
past experience, you do not get a lot of material or warmth there.
No.
The only other warning I'd give Americans going to Newcastle is I hope you like Greg's. Because that's basically it. That is your food choices.
So yeah,
I've heard great things about Greg's.
basically the Italian style rebuild of Warspite would be interesting, but the trouble is if it goes too well, then they try and do Queen Elizabeth and Valianted as well, so you end up with 3 Italian style rebuilds of Queen Elizabeths, and those qualify as fast battleships probably.
That starts getting weird.
Yeah.
In terms of the things it does to them. I mean, you've also got the fact that given that you start Warspite's refit in 36, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it earlier?
Yeah, sort of that, yeah.
Then that means you're going to have 15-inch triples in good time to stick them on the KGBs.
Yeah, you'll have a triple turret.
You'll have a 15-inch triple for them.
Or at least the option.
So that's going to be a bit of a difference.
If you have the trouble with the 14-inch, and if you have the trouble and end up, instead of having to go with a twin, you might go, well, hang on, we'll go with the 915.
But
in which case they probably go for the 15-inch 45, which they're developing, and then it creates a lot of interesting things if you're prepared to do that level of rebuild, because you have to remember the Italian rebuild of their ships was just that they were pretty different ships by the time they finished. Bowman Boy, how often were the R's and QE's casemate guns actually used? A lot in World War I and those sort of actions, but the ones which had them still post World War II, they rarely seem to get much use of them. They are there to deal with things like cruisers and destroyers which are trying to get at them. They are there to one-shot kill those sorts of threats. And to also occasionally engage other ships, but not much.
I think the most I've heard of Warspite using her secondaries would be a Narvik, basically. Of, why do we put a battleship here? Well, don't ask questions, but hey, casemates are useful.
I don't think she actually has that casemate still then.
Warspite does.
Yeah, Warspite
does.
has
them. Warspite has them until she's scrapped.
Yeah, she does, but the thing is... no, the question I was going to... Sorry, the point I put it ineloquently. I don't think she actually managed to use them, because... I don't think she had them manned in Narvik because of the... because they couldn't actually bear in on the opponents. I'm not sure, maybe.
I know we've definitely got at least one report from one of the gunnery officers from one of the 6-inch forwards.
The forward 6 inches, the forward casemates might be able to. The forward pair on each side could be able to bear on them, but I don't think Warspite ever got close enough that the next pair along would ever be able to bear. And I thought they were being used for other things, the crews for them. But
they in particular mention of when her 15-inch guns fire at the German destroyers is just a case of boom. Like there was just a massive roaring noise, and then the mountain behind the destroyer disappeared effectively, or at least with a cloud of smoke.
Doesn't surprise me.
See, I think I heard something very disturbing while I was up and about checking on some stuff in meat space here. Did somebody just incur that Warspite would be bound by the laws of physics when it comes bringing the, for lack of any better phrase, the hate to the enemy?
Unfortunately, she can change the laws of physics.
I always also love the fact
That's
that
a Star Trek reference. You
Yeah.
should feel that.
Why would I? I like that.
I also love the fact that the photos from the Imperial War Museum label her during the Battle of Narvik as engaging shore batteries in Narvik.
Sure.
The shore batteries were still manned mostly, the ones that existed were still manned mostly by Norwegians and hadn't yet been overtaken by the Germans. She wasn't engaging shore batteries, she was engaging the Germans. Occasionally in their land positions, but usually.
I mean,
Usually
you could
in
argue.
ships.
You could argue that a grounded destroyer is technically a shore battery.
Could you?
Fleet.
Look, I'm being
Fleet.
cheeky. Let me have this one.
That's why I am only looking at you like you're insane, not saying anything, and haven't yet raised the eyebrow.
I'm allowed to be
Yes.
funny.
Hey, guys.
You can be.
I got magnetic plastic.
Magnetic plastic? Excuse me?
Yes.
Right.
Tabs back over to the stream.
Okay. So I think we've answered the how does the Cho Hyron class missile destroyer compare against the contemporaries. I think we've talked about that. It's basically it's basically it's a frigate. It could arguably be a corvette because of its range and capabilities.
Is that the North Korean vessel that had a minor oops?
The thing that someone here tried to call a coastal destroyer.
Coastal defense destroyer.
Yeah.
You're not making any better for yourself.
Fleet. I'm going to give you. I'm going to use my 5 or 10 years more life experience to give you a little nugget of wisdom here. When you've dug yourself a hole, put the shovel down.
Hang on, 5 or 10 years more. Ruhnon, aren't we the same age?
But Ruhnon,
No.
DRG has told me very much so. You can't have to get the pickaxe out. You have to start digging more if you dug yourself that deep of a hole.
Yeah, how else are you going to be rich?
What?
Okay, next one. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. What if we get the World War II combatant, gave the World War II combatants drone technology? Arctic convoys would be more fun.
Which drone technologies? There are many. You need to be more specific.
I'm going to presume it's to an extent modern miniaturization and control technology. So not electronics and not batteries, but they have modern remote control technologies to try and control them, but not satellites. Okay? So they can do local area control. It would be interesting, and you would, for it to be command and control, you would need the ability to transmit imagery by radio wave.
I mean, they had television.
Yeah, so it's not impossible. And if you have those facilities and you have them, it does give you a scouting capability. But once again, I'm fairly certain, whilst I'm sure the Germans would produce something which was infinitely technologically amazing, I'm fairly certain the sheer volume of whatever the Allies produced would be about 20 times the number. Might not be as good, but would more likely be available whenever you needed it.
Yes, the Germans would produce the most perfect one in about 1944, at which point the Allies would be on the third iteration of the one that actually works and is being mass-produced in such epic numbers in the US that the Canadian one can be turned to some sort of second purpose. And the Germans have produced a grand total of 2, and one of them will explode because its engine will be kaput.
I have a silly but amusing idea.
Dan, you're my friend, and
yeah,
I like you, but
how many RP3s do you think you could stick on a Predator drone?
Oh, about 36.
Because that would be pretty scary for anti-submarine.
It would be. But Flick was trying to say something.
Yes. Sorry.
The Germans don't create perfect weapon systems in World War II. What they do is they overcomplicate it, have about 2 years of infighting, Then they build a prototype which works. Then they revise it, go back again, have another 2 years of infighting, and then finally produce something that wereaboos will rave about being perfect and world beating for the next 200 years. Meanwhile, the Allies have built something that just works. Whereas the German thing doesn't even
you don't
work.
give enough credit. When they need heroes, sometimes they could get their work together.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Just as long as there's only one branch doing it.
But
yes.
But
that's the quick keeper.
But the problem with this is the Luftwaffe would be in charge of it, which means Goering would be in charge of it because it's an aerial system.
Oh God, not Messerschmitt. Anything but Messerschmitt.
And secondly, the next issue, and this is why there'd be real problems with it from the German perspective, and this is the point that happens, is if they do get something decent in production, it will probably be like the Panzer IV, and they will keep making so many changes in the design, they'll be disrupting the production line, and none of them will be interchangeable parts, and logistics for it will be a nightmare, and so their availability for operational capability, available operational ability will be virtually nil, because you'll go, well, this ship's got 6 of them, that's great, but none of them are the same one. Same
and
type.
Because, and also,
No. Example there.
No,
one at a time, please.
Celia, stop, or I'll start mutiny and let you talk one at a time.
Because my point is directly related to Dr. Clarke's, and it needs to go right after his.
Right.
But I started speaking first.
Let's go with ladies first, because Foxxo has spoken less this evening than you have, Fleet. So ladies first. So Foxxo?
It's more... The Panzer IV is a really bad example there.
I know, but I was trying to think one they keep changing on. The Panzer V would have been a better one, but honestly, that's just... Then I get into all the people who are trying to tell me the Panther was the best tank in World War II. So if I go with the Panzer IV as my example, I'm less likely to get a load of wereaboos commenting because they don't care about the Panzer IV for some reason. It's the pound for pound the best tank the Germans produced for World War II as far as I'm concerned, but the wereaboos don't give a damn about it, so excuse the French there.
I mean, I'm going to have to disagree and basically reverse the point and say...
point, Fleet!
I thought you were done, but carry on.
Oh. But, because realistically with the Germans, you're probably going to get a case of everything at the start of the war is going to be bespoke.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've been saying. But then Speer's going to come in, smash his head against the wall, and standardize some things.
Yeah.
And then it's not going to work because early electronics require platinum, and the Germans don't have a natural source of it.
And also the other issue for him is that whilst he managed to achieve standardization in many, many areas, the area he had the most trouble with was the Luftwaffe, because Goering and the Office of the 5-Year Plan tried to ignore him at every chance they got.
And William Messerschmitt was William Messerschmitt.
Yeah. Anyway, Fleet.
So, starting from the beginning, I'm sorry, Dr. Clarke. The Panzer IV is absolutely the better example. And I'm going to have to disagree with Foxxo there, because ironically enough, it was not the best tank that the Germans had in World War II. Because ironically enough, it is actually come full circle. Because the Panzer IV basically was, and this comes back to what I was going to say, is with the Panzer IV as an example, it means you can say that yes, the early examples will probably work reasonably well, but they'll be continually added to, and the power plant will be overloaded, the systems will be overstressed beyond their capabilities. The system will actually become, by the later marks, basically almost unusable. Its reliability will be in the floor. Whereas,
let him finish.
For example, like when you get beyond Panzer IV-G into H and J, your operational reliability and availability on any particular day actually falls below Panther A and G. The Panther by the end of 44 was just a better tank than the Panzer IV. Reliability, operation ability. It took its sweet time getting there, but by that point it was more available on any particular day.
The Germans went through phases of completely ignoring the Panzer IV and then suddenly rushing in a whole lot of changes. But Foxxo,
it's obvious because Panzer IV's mechanical reliability only drops off Because in the early to mid-war, it had a wet gearbox that required lubrication, and it wasn't a closed system.
No, that's
And
not
the
why.
late war, they are using the same gearbox and final drive, but they are running it dry, which causes it to rip itself apart.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
All right.
Also, can I-
Now let's before we get in, Dragon, you allowed to finish it off, and then we'll move on to Rick Vasava's question. So, Dragon.
The actual production and reliability rates of the Panzer IV-H is actually quite high fleet overall. They're not actually overstressing the system that much. It's well within its necessarily tolerance levels. It's in particular why, but you're right, they're definitely complicated, which is why you get the Panzer IV-J when all of our ball bearing factories have been destroyed. All of our supports infrastructure to make these things that would work no longer exist.
Mm-hmm.
When it's got the infrastructure that actually allows them to be maintained, they have good capability. This would be like saying if you didn't give any tank the correct maintenance gears to make sure it keeps working, it has terrible reliability
Very
rates.
quickly. That is not what I'm saying, but we need to move on because Dr. says we need to move on. We will have to have a chat about this later.
Let's do so then.
Moving on, we've got a lot of
Tomorrow's
questions
coming
to get through.
night.
Yeah, we can have fun tomorrow. And also, Lions, I have to say, you are having so much fun with your voice to text because it started. Your first one was the chairman has just generally have a very different view of reliability to most other countries and maintainability. And then you said German, not chairman. And then came for the next comment. Poor Lions is having fun. Rick Vasava, what is the difference of World War II 5-inch and a modern gun? Power, range, and rate of fire, accuracy, durability, and act.
Yes, all of those things.
All of those things are better. Basically, you're talking about. As I'd like to point out, there was less time between World War II and the Falklands War than there is between us and the Falklands War. We are now about 80 years down the road from World War II. The difference in metallurgy, the difference in gun barrel design, the difference in explosives, the difference in all the things shell design, everything we do for these guns is a quantum level of differential. To the extent that if you took a modern warship with its 5-inch gun back in time and actually had modern grade designed armor piercing shells for it, it could probably go and take out quite a lot of the battleships of World War II. Because whilst it might still not be able to do a dent in their belt armor, may or may not, depending on exactly how the sums work, it would do enough damage to their superstructure, it would mission kill every single one long before they could engage it. Because of the sheer volume of fire and accuracy it could achieve versus them.
And against something like an Iowa, it could probably be even more deadly because an Iowa's got its tanks exposed to the sea.
It would be interesting. Let's put it that way. It would be interesting. So that's the thing is, the modern 5-inch is a completely different beast. Although there was an interesting discussion made to me the other day of what happens if the Royal Navy chooses to focus on the 5.25-inch instead of going for the 6-inch and the 4.5-inch post-World War II, and standardizes everything on the 5.25, cruisers and destroyers and frigates. Goes with the 130mm as the option. And it really was an interesting idea because, to me, that would have meant that the Americans would have been looking at the British with 130mm, the Russians with 130mm, and how long before they decide they want to go 130mm as well, because they are feeling small. And whilst I would love to say the US Navy would not be affected by this, the US senators certainly would. Considering they completely renamed the entire Navy because of a perceived cruiser gap.
I'm quite annoyed at how well this color scheme is turning out.
Okay.
Because I really thought it was going to be different.
Greenwelly 24. In the book on HMS Pickle, the maintenance sheet, P16, has an entry both docked and launched on the 22nd of March 1803 for full recoppering. Is that literally all work done between high tides, including time needed to drain and flood the dock?
Before we...
Coppering a ship is not going to take that short amount of time, so let me find a book which might shed light.
Before we tuck too deeply into this question, we are at about the 3 3/4 hour mark. Do we want to reopen the questions?
Let's reopen some questions for a bit. Maybe the bot might work this time.
I doubt it, because it's been open for like an hour now, and I think Streamer.bot has run an API. If somebody, Dr. Clarke, if you can spare a little bit of bandwidth to check Master@Arms chat, I've got a proposed announcement that I need a green light on before I ping everyone.
Okay, that I will. I'm hunting a book, so if you guys want to comment on the pickle question, please do, while I am hunting my book on Age of Sail ship construction and copper bottle ring. I know I have it somewhere around here.
I suppose one question would be: was pickle
very small?
Already
yes.
copper? No, was she already copper bottomed and just being checked and having repairs, or was she being fully brand new, done top to bottom type thing?
No, she was just having copper bottoming, apparently, is what they're saying in that report. I haven't got an actual book out of my box. But I'm checking.
Is it behind all the Christmas decorations?
Yeah. No, it's actually in the boxes over there. Because it turns out I didn't calculate enough of these calyxes. I need more. I need about 6 more calyxes, which means I need to find... Things are so expensive. So that's the best part of 500 quid. Okay. I'm okay. Alright, it's that page. The rigs and hull. I love having books like this on call. It does really help with me doing these things and answering these questions. 116. So, in answer to the question, there we go. In answer to your question, I would suggest if she's gone in for an assessment more than the actual work. So they've taken her into a dock, they've assessed her, and they've worked out if they go to... It's either they have... In that time frame, they're either conducting repairs on existing copper bottoming, or they are assessing her and measuring her up and then getting her out the way so they can do other ships before they bring in the copper and do her. Because most of the details and dates I've got for equivalent size ships to her, and she's not the biggest ship, but equivalent size ships is what I'm basing off, are at least a week. Probably longer. I think the only one which is a week is in a royal dockyard and was done as a measure of it needed to be done immediately. And was actually for, I think, a royal yacht. Yeah, it's a coppering. I don't think it's done in a day. I think it was the assessment. It's either the assessment or it's coppering, copper removed and redone. That would be probably a repair. That's repair. It's days, not hours, to do a full coppering. So that's a repair, I'm guessing. So basically, what they'll have done is they'll have repaired the copper. They might have also burnished the copper to extent to check it to try and clean it. But yeah, they'll have done that all. But thanks for that question, Greenwelly. That was a really cool question. Jacob Vanek. With the possibility that the ex-Italian carrier Giuseppe Garibaldi being sold to Indonesia, how useful do you think the ship or the ship as old as this could be to the Indonesian Navy? Very useful. Very useful, because Giuseppe Garibaldi is a useful size unit. Okay, it's not going to carry a lot of aircraft, but if I remember correctly, they could. It's going to carry. How do I put this politely? It's going to be able to carry a lot of strike helicopters, a lot of helicopters. It can be useful as an ASW aircraft carrier. It can be useful for all those sort of things. It's a useful vessel to have. It did carry Harriers. I don't think they get F-35Bs for it, but it could carry up to 18 aircraft. And if they load it with are the Philippines, the Indonesians, do they operate... what I'm looking at, yeah.
I don't think they operate Harrier, but if they wanted to, they could get AV-8 from the Americans, I reckon.
They could do, but I think they are one of the operators of... No, they're not, but they have looked at it. I know they've looked at it. The Cobra, and if you could get, if you could operate Bell Cobras, although they're no longer in manufacture, but if you could get some older ones from,
Are they not still making Cobras? Or
actually,
they
no,
stopped there recently.
The King, is it?
They don't make Cobra. I think if they've rebranded it, it's now Viper.
Yeah, it's like the Viper Cobra or something.
Yeah, I think it's just Viper now. I think, but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, the Bell H-1Z Viper from the US Marine Corps, and that's currently operated by the Bahrainis and the Czechs and the US Marines. But that is in production, has been since 2000, and entered service in 2010. So yeah, that they probably, and that was developed from the Super Cobra, which was of course developed from the Cobra. Because we keep having to rebrand things.
Hey, if we do that, we can renew the trademark on the name, which means we can get more licensing opportunities for merchandise.
Yeah, but that's the sort of one if I was them, that's the sort of capability I'd go for. That and some drones. The Giuseppe Garibaldi could operate them along with some ASW helicopters, get some decent one of those, and you've got a great little air group, and it's very useful for the Indonesians as something which is sort of an offset capability which allows them to support other operations. And you have to remember, the Garibaldi, it comes armed. It's got Sea Sparrow, it's got Otto Malera twin 40s, Dardo ones, and it's got triple torpedo tubes, because, you know, you want 2 triple torpedo tubes. And it did used to carry automat surface-to-surface missiles as well. So it can be fitted up. Those missiles were only removed in 2003. So it can be loaded up and carries a decent amount of firepower that, frankly, for the Indonesians, it's a useful asset. Anyone want to add anything to that?
No, I think you think you've nailed it.
Okay, 96841.
Yeah.
Okay, 96841. How accurate is it to say that the problem that led to the creation of Hawkins class had reared its ugly head again post World War One? No, it in a nicest way, the Royal Navy's looking for a light cruiser. The Hawkins aren't a problem as a light cruiser. They're a problem when you start calling them a heavy cruiser. That's the trouble.
Yeah, because
the Counties and the Hawkins are both large light cruisers built when that was a light cruiser, and that was the point. They were light cruisers, and then suddenly, by treaty, they're redefined as heavy cruisers with 8-inch guns, and you go, that does not make them a heavy cruiser. Stroke of a pen does not change a ship.
Like, basically, if you look at all the cruisers built by the Powers prior to First London, they're all just they're just all evolutions of what the Powers think a large cruiser should be. They're not designed as heavy cruisers, quote. They're just large, capable cruisers, and what the Powers think that should
they're
look
actually,
like.
They're not even large cruisers. They're light cruisers. They're all literally called light cruisers. The American 8-inch ships, the first ones, are scout cruisers. They quite literally.
Oh, no! You misunderstand what I mean.
No, I'm not misunderstanding.
I'm saying
re-emphasizing what you're saying. They are light cruisers. They might be large, but they're still considered light cruisers. That's what their role they're filling.
Yeah, I know. They're just cruisers. They're just belted cruisers like the ships that have come before them.
They're basically.
They're not even light at that point.
They're cruisers.
No, they are still classed as light cruisers. When you look at their design specs, they are talking about them as light cruisers because that's what they think of them as.
Oh,
because that's what those ships
are. Yes, but the light cruiser is a post-London term. Again, we're falling into the trap.
No,
it's not.
No, light cruiser goes along with the armoured cruisers and the protected cruisers. You also had the light cruisers, which were essentially the unprotected cruisers. But then evolved from when you started having the scout cruisers. Certainly for the Royal Navy, the light cruisers then came along as something bigger and better than a scout cruiser, but very much not of the kind of armoured cruiser, big protected cruiser sort. So these are light cruisers in a world in which people are expecting to encounter battle cruisers. The development of armored cruisers, I think, and the problem is that's what gets taken away from it all.
Yeah,
I mean, light cruiser literally is just a portmanteau of light armored cruiser. That's all it is.
It's basically it's a changing from the town class. If you consider, they were originally considered second class protected cruisers, and then the names changed to light cruiser.
Yeah, because everyone else, hang on a minute, these have belts, so what do we call them? Well, they're armoured cruisers, but because they have belts, but they're not like our big armoured cruisers. So I guess they're light armoured cruisers, and then everyone went, oh yeah, just get rid of there we go.
We'll talk about, the light cruiser comes about in the 1910s, and basically light cruiser has a lot of roles and a lot of functions. That's what they're building them for. That's what they're doing, and that's what those ships post World War II World War I are being built for.
The thing I've never been able to pin down is whether or not the sort of light disappears post World War One and they're just all cruisers, or if that is retained. So it is retained then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've still got the idea of the big cruiser.
No, it gets even more fun. It gets even more fun when you realise the actual definition for the Hawkins class and the counties is large light cruiser.
No one tell Fisher, oh good, he's dead.
I kid you not, it was large light cruisers, and then the C's and the D's and the E's were considered light cruisers.
Yeah. I can believe it.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It makes sense, but it is getting too wordy.
Yeah, welcome to the world of naval history. Any chance
when your ship name has 3 names, it's too many. We can cope with 2 things: light cruiser, guided missile destroyer is a difficult one because guided missile is kind of one word trunked together, if that makes sense. Certainly, if we were German, they would be one word. Ugh, shivers.
We'll go but before we get down to too far down, so we're going to go to Carl Gasper's question. And this is sci-fi, I think. Can aerospace mobility interface reach such a user-friendly level so flying aircraft will be as common as driving cars in real life? They keep trying this, and so far the answer has been a resounding no.
Okay.
Mainly it's because when a car goes wrong, you're still on the ground.
Now,
we have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
Yes.
Now, okay, wait a minute. We're all missing something. Everybody here who has a driver's license knows that there are idiots on the road, and if you don't think there's any idiots on the road, I have news for you.
You are one.
So, Now, I want you to think of those same idiots with that same situational awareness and that same ability to assess hazardous environments and allow them to execute those judgments in 3 dimensions.
Ruhnon, tell me you've never flown Ryanair without telling me you've never flown Ryanair.
Okay, Bone Meal Boy. Before we get into the point at which I have to face a lawsuit from Ryanair, Bone Meal Boy, are there any pictures of counterclass with their guns at 70 degrees? I think there are. I think Drac has a lot of them. Ask him; he'll put them up. He has.
I mean, there's even pictures of Canarius doing it.
Yeah. Robert Dennett. What would a 4th-rate British ship of the line Crisis 1815 look like?
Oh,
1815, 14, a 4th-rate British ship of the line. Basically, a 4th-rate is, at that point, a 50 to 60 gun ship, broadly speaking.
That's a large frigate in some navies, isn't it? By that point.
Yeah, that is what they're becoming. They're large frigates.
Yeah, they don't have a place in the line of battle.
Not realistically at that point.
Peer fleet.
Not for the major navies. Like there are some smaller navies running around with 4th rates, but not many of the majors.
I think the Swedes quite like them in the Baltic.
I think most of the 4th rates in the Royal Navy that they were acquiring in that period looked Danish.
Yes.
I wonder why.
If you want to know,
circa 8. Robert Dennett had a similar issue. Robert Dennett
referred to Clarke Bacon when he was writing it.
No,
my mum did some of the research.
Yes. Okay. But to answer the question, Robert Dennett just put it's circa, not crisis. It's something did an autocorrect. But yeah, the British, the Second Battle of Copenhagen, I think they captured a fair number of 64s and some 46s. I don't think they did catch anything else. No, so they didn't quite get a load of 4th rates, but it's terrible. The fact is, the British, for the 64s, the Dismasken and the Foot Mars, they literally deemed useless and burnt rather than taking it to Britain. They literally went through the Royal Navy harsh. Literally decided they didn't want the ships.
That's harsh.
They just needed the Danes to not have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, when even the Royal Navy doesn't want your ships. Ouch.
Yeah.
No, when the Royal Navy sailors decide to burn something rather than potentially get prize money for it.
Mm.
There's one that they actually took to the Swedish coast to burn.
That's just adding insult to injury.
I think it's almost as if they went took it to the Swedes and went, "Do you want it first?" And then when the Swedes didn't want it, went, "Okay, fine."
Yeah. Oh, that's
also
bad.
One of the ships is the origin of the name in the Royal Navy of Little Belt.
Yeah.
That's why there have been 2 vessels in the Royal Navy named HMS Little Belt. For some reason, the Royal Navy didn't return the name in World War I or World War II, but I think they should have done. The Articles of Clothing class: HMS Shirt, HMS Top Hat, HMS Little Belt.
Well, the real trick with Little Belt would have been to offer it. It would have been a convoy escort type, so probably a little sloop.
Yeah.
So you offer it to the Americans to help with.
Would you like a little belt?
ASW stuff, and just watch Admiral King when he finally remembers why he knows about what the Little Belt was.
Okay. But yeah, basically they're mostly. You have to remember, 5th and 6th rates are single deck ships. 4th and 3rd rates are 2 deck ships, and second and first are 3-deck ships, and that's roughly still in 1815. Still holds true. Still holds true. Roughly. Fishbed, quick question. Did you make a video about the World War II refit of the Comte de Cavour and Caerdulio? I don't think I've done a specific video about them yet. I think I possibly talked about them in a few videos, but I haven't done a specific video about them. Castana, how early are the design studies on escort carrier conversions conducted?
35 or so?
That's the thing. There's HMS Argus in World War One, which is a converted liner.
I don't. Argus is one of those where I go, is she an escort carrier retroactively, or because I'm looking at I look at her when she's built and I go,
okay, fleet, stop trying to apply the labels. Let me explain it. So you have a conversion process of producing a carrier from a converted liner. You keep up the studies of converting liners through the interwar years. However, as time goes on, those conversions stop being about producing fleet carriers, and then they go down to... You have to remember, the Royal Navy has 3 types of carrier, right? In their doctrine.
No, I get where you're going. I get where you're going. Yeah, no, never mind. I'm with you.
They have the strike...
Let him finish.
Yes, they have what they call the strike carrier, which is what HMS Ark Royal was, for hitting targets in harbour, etc., and being the big punch for the fleet. You have the fleet carriers, which are for close quarter work with the fleet, which is what the illustrious class are. And then you have the cruiser carriers, which are the smaller vessels, which sort of HMS Unicorn was the model for, but they were also Argus and Hermes and other vessels that they were using as a model. So basically, as time goes on, those carriers go from being a fleet carrier to, we don't want it with the fleet, but it might be able to assist the strike carrier because it'll be quite fast, to it's not carrying enough aircraft, it'll be a converted cruiser carrier. And that's basically, if you consider the cruiser carrier's role was literally convoy escort and scouting for the fleet and assisting in areas where you didn't need large aircraft carriers. If you look at then what's known as the escort carrier and the roles it does in World War II, it fits quite a lot of those duties.
Yeah, it really does by that point, yeah. It makes sense. It's kind of like it didn't start out that way, but as the role of the carrier developed, the Royal Navy figured out what they wanted, it kind of settled into that.
And as aircraft grow in size, there's space requirements and space effects on the designs.
But I think there's also a reasonable element with that of the British doctrine idea of them, certainly, and I think it then gets changed with all the American mass production. But they're the same ship. They're literally the ones they were studying, and in 1 or 2 cases, the ships they take up are ones used as armed merchant cruisers, and they're that kind of auxiliary carrier. Because Pretoria Castle certainly was an armed merchant cruiser before she got then converted into a carrier.
Yeah.
I can't remember if some of the others were, but they were looking at that kind of ship because there's a great bit about that in a book I fairly recently got, and I currently can't see, so it may be upstairs. The Design and Construction of British Warships, 1939 to 1945, Major Surface Warships, Volume 1, published in... which was edited by D.K. Brown.
Yeah.
And I highly recommend. Copyright 1995.
I do agree, but please turn to the back and look for Admiral Henderson in there.
Yeah, I know, there's a lack of mention.
Yeah, you know why that was?
Somebody didn't like him?
Because at one point he told D.K. Brown off because he got his sums wrong. It's the story. It's the myth that goes around about it. I never got asked D.K. Brown myself in that thing, and my dad was not always the most reliable source when it came to D.K. Brown because he loved to wind him up and they loved to argue. So, and how they were the friends who turned up and had an argument with each other, and then were happily drinking away the whole evening, and everyone sort of going, "Do they not like each other? Do they like each other? They're buying each other rounds, but they're arguing the whole time about ship design." No one can figure it, so you're never quite sure. But because I read that book, and I was working with that was one of the many books which I used during my PhD thesis, and went to my dad and went, "There's no mention of Henderson, and there's no mention of that." And he went, "Oh no, he didn't get on with Goodall, and he didn't get on with Henderson because he made a small mistake at that point, and he was told off by them, and he never."
I didn't realize he was that old, to be honest.
It was.
I knew he was.
You have to remember, D.K. Brown. Well, he was born in 1928, and he joined the Admiralty and became joined the Corps of Constructors. He was literally just in touch with them, just in touch with Goodall, and I think that's what. How do I put it? That and others soured him on, and he basically anything to do with Goodall, he spends a lot of time being quite. He's not always he is usually a reliable source in that he's factually correct, but his analysis, if he tends to be quite harsh on Goodall, and he completely ignores Henderson.
Yeah, because they got on,
and he basically doesn't. One of the things I had trouble with him was when I was looking at his work is basically he almost operates on the belief the Royal Navy did nothing in the 1920s and 30s in design and development work, and they did lots. Because I remember working through his paper and it was going, but there's that and that. And Drake's been finding the similar thing recently as well when he's been looking for battleship information. But that doesn't mean D.K. Brown's not a good source. Please note, I'm not saying he's not a good source. He's an excellent source. It's just...
But he's not complete.
He's a flawed source, you could say.
He's like anyone.
Also flawed.
Yeah.
He has gaps, and you wouldn't notice them unless you go looking for them.
Yeah. He's worthwhile reading, and he's very good. He got to Deputy Chief Naval Architect and didn't retire till 1988. So he retired a year after I was actually born. He didn't die till 2008.
Okay.
So yeah, but I remember I was a kid when him and my dad used to occasionally get together. It's weird that because it's when you realise that your dad was how old your dad was, sort of thing. My dad wasn't. Yeah.
My dad was in a show up in Newcastle, and there was this the bassist, I think, in the band was this nice little guy who just decided he didn't want to do teaching anymore, called Brian Sumner. And that's Sting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, how do you know these people? Like,
yeah.
My dad was in the 70s.
Yeah. Although, frankly, I now have visions of you partying with Sting, and I don't take this the wrong way, Dan. I don't think you have the energy to keep up.
No.
Paul, this is from Stafford Thompson. What would the panel rather be caught in, a North Atlantic storm or a Great Lakes storm on Lake Superior in a freighter cargo ship?
North Atlantic storm, because the ship will probably be built to ride it out just about.
Okay, what am I in?
You're in the average freighter cargo ship you'll find in those areas.
Definitely Atlantic.
Yeah, definitely Atlantic.
Atlantic.
I know the Great Lakes steamers. No.
Because the problem is the North Atlantic is always actively trying to kill you with inclement weather events. The Great Lakes is not always actively trying to kill you with inclement weather events, but when it is, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the boat. Sorry, go on. No, go on.
Black Horse.
Set of.
Karen.
That was horrible convergent evolution there.
Carry on. Please.
I said. The set of ships on one thing are actively prepared for it at all times. The set of ships on the other are not.
Unless they're Italian cruise liners or ferries. In that case, the stabilizers wouldn't have been working for the past 3 months, and you'll hit rough sea on your way to Bruges, and you will spend the entire time throwing up.
Yes, but that's because the Italians are designing for the Med.
No, this was a Dutch ship operated by an Italian company.
Ah.
Which is why the ship had stabilized the thing.
You sound as though you are slightly scarred by this experience.
I think she was scarred.
Robert Dennett, why did you have to spend $5 to put that earworm in everybody's head? Thank you for spending the $5. It is appreciated by the channel. But why did you have to spend $5 to do that?
Oh.
Mama.
Well, this is where we are, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't really worry me. I've had worse earworms in my head. Anyway, so
I had Meow Mix in my head last night.
Oh, good lord, don't go there. Black Horse, do you think the B-29 Super Fortress was rushed into field, and that caused all the losses to machine and mechanical failures? I don't think it was rushed into service.
But it could definitely have used a little bit more time to cook.
But I think one of the troubles is there is when you're going to build something that complicated, that next generation, and you're basically taking them from test examples to mass production to mass implementation, there are going to be issues because you're changing the requirements of a lot of people working in there.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at example. I mean, the proof is kind of in the pudding because if we look at the B-50, which is basically B-29 but allowed to cook and work out the kinks, it has none of the flaws. It doesn't have the chronic engine fire syndrome. It basically has none of the flaws the 29 does.
No.
But that's not because the 29 is rushed. It's because
those engine fires are a quirk and a feature, not a flaw.
But
they keep it exciting.
Okay,
remember that.
We're just going to move on because after Foxxo, we're going to move on after Foxxo.
I was going to say,
we've got 22, so I'm going to close questions.
Okay.
There's a very interesting argument that the Americans, at the time they're developing it and putting it in service, are reaching beyond their means with the B-29, and that they're trying to add so much electronics to it and jumping so far between the B-24 to the B-29 that it was rushed because it wasn't a next generation. It was you're jumping 2 generations.
1.5 with some components jumping 2 generations, some components jumping 1. It's what I estimate as
so the electronic, like the engines and the flight controls that were fully electronic as an early models.
Yeah, they are. It's fun. Fallencoat, how effective would a third run of Dido class be if they were built with the improved 5.25s used on Vanguard? They'd be very useful. If the Royal Navy had got those extra cruisers, they wouldn't say no to them. And there's certainly a goodly chance if, honestly, I think such a class or something like them could have been ordered either with the 5.25s or with auto 6 inches and rushed through, especially if there had been losses taken off an invasion of Japan. If the bombs had been delayed and they'd actually launched the invasion of Japan, I can see them wanting to put in, because the lessons they're going to learn in air defense and the things they're going to, they're going to put something into service.
Like honestly, that is going to be an RN that basically has to do the same thing the US has to do because it's going to learn the same lessons. They're going to learn what exactly you need to survive in an environment full of sea skimming, diving, and basically self-guiding anti-ship missiles, because that's the environment that was going to be off Japan.
Fleet in the nicest way. The British Pacific Fleet was there at Okinawa. they had that experience. Not for quite as long as the Americans had that experience, but they got plenty in. The level you get off Japan would have been a lot worse because the sheer number of things they had there. But I think it's not so much the experience would be differential, or the differential experience. I think it would be the fact the experience would reach the politicians more in both America and the UK. It's not the
that's
naval
probably an
experience,
excellent way of putting
it's the
it.
government experience, because of the losses they're going to take in terms of ships, in terms of operational abilities, because of the damage they're going to be dealing with.
That's the other thing about it, is that you're going to lose more ships, and so need to build more. Whereas, in a sense, the problem the Royal Navy had was that they actually had cruisers at the end of the war.
Mm-hmm.
That weren't necessarily they were just well used and things, and it was then the struggle to try and get money out of the government for anything new.
The losses you'd have probably taken, I could see actually the Audacious and the Audacious and the Maltas actually being a lot further along. I also think any invasion of Japan is not going to be a quick end to the war. You'd probably be adding another year to 18 months onto the war length. And those hulls are going to be further along because they're going to be needed, and they're going to be necessities for supporting operations off Japan, because I don't know.
You might even need to replace war losses. Honestly,
you're probably going to need them, A, to replace war losses, and B, you're going to be needing to deal, because ships might not be sunk, but they might be functionally out of service. Even British ships, even the armored hangar carriers, would be probably functionally beyond service as some of the damage they'd receive.
Yeah, it's like the whole air threat of Japan was just going to be insane. I mean, I've seen some of the plans the Japanese had. Like, we're talking, they were planning to loft 8,000 kamikazes in one attack wave in the opening days.
Yeah, it's just,
and that's just...
yeah. And if you do have to do a ground pounder invasion of Japan, the civilian casualties are going to be catastrophic.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, the civilian casualties are going to be catastrophic, but the thing that the governments are going to be upset about is the amount of letters they're going to have to write home.
Yeah.
And Japan, Japan as a country is not a country I would like to invade from its terrain. It's not a country I would like to invade. Take care, John Hegg said. Enjoy your dinner.
There is also the horrifying,
absolutely ambush central.
There is also the horrifying thought that Japan might just not be as a country after everything is said and done, just because of what is going to happen to it.
The sheer number of losses, it's going to change things dramatically.
Whereas we should all be glad, I think, that we got what actually happened, because the alternative would have been so much
is the right
worse.
Phrase. I think
it was the least.
It's the least worst option. It is definitely the least worst option. That could actually be. It's the least worst option, which is going to bring that about, short of a fundamental change in the Japanese government. Because the other option, if you go with what the British long-term pre-World War II plan had been, it was to starve Japan until they'd lost enough population they surrendered. That was the British pre-war plan of how to fight a war with Japan. Starve them. Basically, do a blockade and stop them getting anything until they run out of everything. And I actually had the conversation with someone once who said, that would have been better than the bombs. And I go, really? How many people do you think are going to die in Japan if they've got no fish?
If you think that's going to be better, take a look at Gaza and tell me that that's better than 2 nuclear light bulbs going off.
Oh, God, we're not going to get into the Gaza because that's the current fate of things, and that's
fair
whole
enough.
fun. There's all sorts of issues going on there, and it's a complicated scenario. It is a very complicated, very nasty scenario, as most of these things are, because of mostly people externally playing games there. Knight 6831, would it be correct that having 3E, 12D, 30C class cruisers as 1C class got sunk in 19 would have allowed the total retirement of the Royal Navy surviving 1913 era fuser into 1910 town? Yeah? But they'd probably put them in reserve, but yeah, it would have allowed for it. It's always nice to have newer ships. Tema282. Since earlier today I learned that the Fu likes green tea, will you take him into a tea ceremony when you're in Japan? We haven't yet got a tea ceremony arranged. That might be something we get organised at a certain point towards it, because it looks like we're going to be doing a lot of the museums earlier in the morning and earlier in the day, and then we're going to have the mid-afternoon to evening sort of free-ish. And it's basically, my plan is I always... As Dan will testify to, I always book the museums first, confirm their timings, and then I book everything else around the museums. Because the purpose we're going is the museums.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the other things will tend to be more flexible, whereas the museums we are asking to do us favours.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The other things are normally commercial entities we are going to go and give money to.
Yes, or in the case of, I'm fairly sure, I think Gareth is already working on this, trying to blag us tickets as social media influencers to baseball games, which we will not tell Dan what we're going to until we're there and he's in and he can't get away, because apparently this is going to torture him. And so now he's made it infinitely more attractive to me.
No. Not going.
I don't think you have a choice. I agree with you, Dan, having sat through a Richmond Flying Squirrels game.
Mm-hmm. Lions, what do you think a modern version of the USS Atlanta... Okay, Karen.
Just to point out, I will happily watch, to some extent happily, Test cricket. That's the one which can last up to 5 days and end with a draw.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one where the UK keeps losing to India and Pakistan all the time?
In the UK, cricket is a sport. In India and Pakistan, it's a way of life. There is a difference going on there. There is a difference. Lions, what do you think a modern version of the USS Atlanta style AA cruisers would look like today with no missile capability? Basically, a lot of those 76mm from the Italians everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And as many 5-inch as you can get.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna want that.
10282. What is the best part of the British Isles to have a secret naval base? Anglesey.
Really?
Where is that?
Off the top of Wales.
It's an island off the top of Wales in the middle of the Irish Sea, where if anyone's going to get to it, they have to go round Britain to get to it. You can also, in nicest way, there's also served by quite good infrastructure links.
Sounds good if you can secure it.
Or you could go for Sky.
Yeah, the trouble is that's in the UK scenario, that's also got the SMP nearby. That you'll never be able to keep anything secret. They'll bleat it all over the internet, complaining.
I was thinking of somewhere like Felix, though, where you have the excuse of why stuff's happening here.
Yeah, but the trouble is you also have a lot of shipping lanes going past there, so people can mask things watching you and working out what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing, is you can mask it as what we're doing, and you are very much hiding in plain sight there. But the trouble is, it's such plain sight you can't really keep people so you can't really work out if anyone's coming to look at you. Whereas Anglesey is just off the beaten track. You can do that.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Fleet's going to have to go to bed soon.
Yes, I am going to have to dip out, I'm afraid.
Go
Yes, I do need my sleep. I have to wake up
Go
at
get-
8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Go get your beauty seat.
Goodbye.
I'm-
Take care, folks.
Bye-bye.
I'd probably put mine in Portsmouth and hide it within the existing naval base. Wahahahahaha. Or is that not actually very cunning?
It could work, but it's also kind of going to have a lot of naval twitchers around there watching it going, well, that doesn't fit with the rest of the panda base. From Hood and Bismarck's wet powder bags, anyone got a good strategic game to play? I'm tired of PS2 game PTO4. If you're playing on a PC, I tend to like Galactic Civilizations and Ultimate Admirals. I don't have any consoles other than a Sega Mega Drive that I still use. So in nicest way, I'm not really a console guy, so I'm going to hand it over to everyone else.
Don't look at me. I'm PC Master Race.
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, I haven't owned a console in the better part of 11 years.
Good strategic game to play. I'm tired of my PS2 game PTO4.
What do you mean by strategic? Do you mean RTS, grand strategy? Strategic's a very broad term.
Because grand strategy, I would honestly, and I can't recommend it enough when it comes out, EU5. But that's very much grand strategy.
Like, as a bit of a silly point, but one I still actually think is very good. If you want a decent strategy game, honestly, one of the best ones that's simple is something like Lego Battles, if you like Command and Conquer style gameplay. And that's for the DS. And that has 6 full campaigns, as well as Free Battle, which is good. But a bit more modern stuff than that.
People are trying Terra Invicta. They're saying red alerts on the PlayStation.
Yeah, Terra Invicta's got some weird problems with it, though, in terms of how it's set up. Got a couple of friends who are playing through, and it's a good game by all metrics. It's just some of the choices are a bit odd.
Yeah, it's very much an XCOM light, and if you like XCOM light, it's good, but it's sort of there with Phoenix Force, who made the original XCOM, where it's niche.
You've always got Open XCOM, which is literally free software at this point.
Yeah.
And although if you want a more strategy game, but spacey, and you don't mind sort of flying around in space a bit, mid to late game of Vorion kind of turns into a strategy game.
I guess, yeah. Okay. Basically, get back to us with a slight refinement of it, and we can try and give better suggestions.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I like Sins, but I don't play a lot of strategy games.
Okay, we've got 2, 4, 6 questions to go. Steve, and this is from Steve himself. What made teak apparently superior to English oak? Looking through Dr. Lambert's book on trim and commonly, I think it's Prof. Lambert. I'm going to get that correct because he's my old supervisor, and he would take me out. How does it compare to white oak, the US use on the US Constitution? Teak, due to its density and it's live oak, but sometimes in Britain and UK it's called white oak. Well, just don't worry about it. What made teak was good because of its density and also because of its fiber. As I understand it, having worked with teak myself, I've always found it a very it's not a very forgiving wood to work with, but if you make something out of teak, it's going to be made and it's going to stay there for a long time. Fine, as long as it's as long as it's taken care of. Teak lasts.
The reason I highlighted the distinction is because we do have a species of tree called white oak, especially in the area of Virginia that I live in. It is not live oak. It is a markedly different creature.
Yeah.
So that's why I highlighted the distinction.
But teak is a gorgeous wood to work with if you are working with it, but it is expensive. But it will produce a very, especially in the thickness you're using, for ships, there is a reason why Warrior is in the condition she's in to this day.
And it's also absolute murder on your tooling.
Yeah, it will wear everything out.
Because apparently one of its really good popular is that even by wood standards, it's very hydrophobic. Which is probably really useful when you're making ships out of the stuff.
Oh, yeah. Stafford Thompson, given the quality of the water, how soon should the Lakers start being replaced, as the vast majority of vessels were constructed in the 1950s through 1970s based off the 1890s? As soon as frigging possible. Having done television programs about Lakers which have been lost in storms, as soon as frigging possible. Does the Royal Navy have the tradition or practice of painting a ship's ribbons, battle honours onto the superstructure and turrets?
No, they have the boards with their victories.
Yeah, they have boards internally. They do.
They painted.
They sometimes did it during World War II. There were some ships which painted some things on them as decorations, but mostly that when they're painting stuff on them, they are painting things which are vague insults to their opponents or mottos or emblems of the crew.
Okay.
They get boards though, and they get all sorts of other things as well, and tank cards are always quite popular in the Royal Navy to commemorate certain things.
I remember that it was a thing amongst PT boats, remember correctly?
Yeah, it's mainly things to do with smaller units of Navy.
But that's because their boats didn't have names, so they had to give them a personality that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they never officially have names.
Yes.
And then the second half of that question, I don't know if YouTube is kicking around in there somewhere, but
YouTube Minecraft watcher from this way. Any tips you can give him as to the design scheme to deck a Superstar Destroyer as Warspite would be welcome. Find a decent colorized photo of Warspite and merge the pictures using AI to give you a guidance. That's what someone might have done who I know.
Is that someone who also might have got HMS Renown in Iron Brew colours?
Yes, and might also be working on like I am working on trying to make Hosh into an aircraft carrier in Iron Brew camouflage scheme.
Why would you do that to the Iron Brew color scheme?
Because we are going to use it to we are possibly going to get t-shirts made of it so that we can wear it to wind up someone if we are on a trip.
I will keep my counsel on this matter to myself.
Because it's going to be Hosh converted to an aircraft carrier, so it's not going to be Hosh proper, so it's not going to be that bad. And in the Iron Brew colour scheme as well.
But I do want Blackburns flying off it.
And the picture we're going to provide that person with a special T-shirt as well, which may or may not be the lovely image which Foxxo has provided us with. And then all take a group photo.
I am concerned.
Useful for once.
You're always useful. Foxxo, you're always useful.
I am frightened.
Don't worry. We're also included. In a nice way, every single one of us is getting something done to them probably on this trip. I have no idea what will be in store for me, but I'm fairly certain between Dan F, Dan C, and Drac, there will be something which I'll possibly not see coming. I always hope Gareth doesn't get involved, because then it gets big.
I'm glad I'm not going on this trip. Woo!
You're going to be invited on the cruise ships.
Don't think you're safe just because you're on a different continent,
No.
Ruhnon. Do not think you are safe.
So Robert Dennett, Jonathan Marshall has just asked this. Scrap Iron Flotilla is instead equipped with modern destroyers at the time. What happens? They get used a lot more and are a lot more dangerous. But if you add in Robert Dennett's, the Scrap Iron Flotilla get daring circa 1954-55 fit. How does that go? They wipe out the Italian and German air force in the Mediterranean. Because those six 4.5-inch guns on 3 twin mounts are radar-guided anti-air warfare perfection for their timing. And add in their 40mm radar-guided 40mm mounts and their torpedo loads and everything else, and basically the Scrap Iron Flotilla wipes out the Rager Aeronautica.
And what's worse is they will probably still enjoy being called the Scrap Iron Flotilla.
Yeah.
Because Australians.
Yes.
Kiwis.
Well, yeah, they rain scrap iron down from the sky.
No, now it's just we create scrap iron.
Castanet, how late did the seaplane
did
the seaplane tend to serve? I think there are some still serving in the 1950s, 60s for different navies. I think
I wouldn't be surprised if the Japanese still had one.
The Japanese don't have one anymore for their aircraft, but I think the Americans had one around for quite a while for supporting some of their operations. But there's also the fact that some of them were just park places and used as sort of fixed positions. John UK, is there enough leadership difference between Theodore Clarke of Scheer and Eric Langsdorff of Grass Bay to make the comparison worthwhile, or simply one was caught by the British and the other wasn't? Yeah, it's pretty much that. One was caught by the British, one wasn't. There's a bit of a difference between them, but honestly, if Clarke finds himself in the same situation with Scheer as Langsdorff does, he probably does pretty much the same thing, because that's pretty much their only option. They're against 3 cruisers coming in hard, and they know even if they win the battle, the British there is more coming in, because the whole point for a surface radar is as long as its location is not known and it can be moving around without being spotted and it's not damaged, it's fine. The moment its location is known, the moment it's damaged, the moment it's engaging the enemy can call in more resources. That can't. The surface radar can't. Its only option is to try and run. And there aren't many options for it to do.
Yeah, you don't want to be a surface radar that gets caught.
Right, 96841 has a very long question about Azur Lane. And so I'm very glad Dragon and Foxxo are here, and it's probably better that Fleet isn't, because Fleet doesn't seem to enjoy these questions as much as we all do. I enjoy them because I get to listen to them and learn stuff about something which people who follow my channel seem to be quite passionate about, and which I find intriguing on a level of it does seem to be an avenue for people into the naval history. And as you all know, I'm always in favour of anything which encourages people to learn more about naval history. For the panel, if you were the Azur Lane commander and Hood is suffering schizophrenia because Adria's Hood's last 2 ships are still in existence, generating memories due to the government didn't want to pay to raise the pre-Dreadnought Hood's wreck and scrap it, and the trauma from the memory of a deficit warship, what would you do to help her?
This is outside of my pay grade. This requires actual,
This is the point at which there is. I think Dan should be able to call in a pitch hitter who is his friend. But I think I don't think she's awake at this point, and I don't think she has Discord.
Oh, she is way more of a night owl than I am.
I know she is. She and I exchange messages sometimes at 2 a.m. in the morning because we're both awake. But we'll leave that to one side. Thank you, Frank Bennett.
So, the schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is horrible. It's a really, really nasty illness. The stuff you see in TV is not schizophrenia.
No, it's TV stuff.
People normally are trying to create some sort of multiple personality syndrome condition, which is not schizophrenia, but more. So I think, given I have no idea how to dose an antipsychotic for a 45,000-ton warship, I mean, even if I'm doing weight-based dosing, do I go by standard displacement, deep load?
Well, actually, since they're a shipbuilder, you would actually go off their human form. So we do know that they do have stuff like paracetamol and such that works for them. But there must be a normal level dosage because they are primarily actual, humans.
Okay.
They don't really necessarily the ship itself.
I mean, I'd just probably start with something like olanzapine, or one of the other more modern antipsychotics. You can try talking therapies. Evidence with them I'm less sure about, but yeah. The other thing that's really sad with schizophrenia is the kind of reputation it has that the people are dangerous. That is such a microscopically tiny percentage of sufferers who are actually in any way a danger to anyone else. They are mostly a danger to themselves. It gets to the stage where you don't like making jokes about it when you've actually seen people with it.
Well, this sounds reasonable. No, this is reasonable in my opinion.
So
go.
No, but I appreciate the idea of somebody having angst with those things, but I would also say that being scuttled in the way that if we're not, we'll call it a pre-dreadnought hood, it is a proper exit for a warship. She was sunk to protect Portland Harbor from potential U-boats and things, an attack, and is still doing sterling service doing that.
Yeah.
Today. So that's an honourable end for a ship. So actually, it's less traumatic in some ways than it might be.
And the other one went down fighting. So.
Yeah.
Also, I guess
the main thing you'd probably be dealing with that personality from that one would be, it was a lucky shot every 5 minutes coming out from her. It was a literal lucky shot.
Because we do actually have an interesting example here from Rondo at Rainbow's End, which is where Iron Blood and basically the Germans and the Royal Navy end up working together to go into a singularity for the Battle of Scapa Flow. And even then, they actually revive a whole bunch of World War I era German ships who were killed. And they actually seem perfectly fine, honestly. Like, they admit it, they acknowledge, our warship themselves died, and that's a shame, but we went down doing what we could, and also, we weren't sentient at the time, really.
No.
Like, yes, we had some of the memories of the hull, but it wasn't us.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily might have it.
But that's not to say they can't get PTSD. Like, they very much can.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably more closer to PTSD than it is to schizophrenia.
Yeah.
That's probably close to what you'd be dealing with, and honestly, a lot of sitting down and talking.
And with that, you really could get the kind of dissociation where I think you're more likely to get the dissociation where you're forgetting exactly who you are, where you are, quite how many gun turrets you've got, things like that.
Yeah,
it's like, do I have A and B turrets, or do I just have an A turret and a Y turret? What about X turret? Do I have X turret? No, X turret blew off. Oh, shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which could be kind of interesting, if a little bit nuanced in terms of the level of detail. But
yeah,
that could be quite cool.
And now we have.
Plus, it's always good to talk about these.
Yeah. And now we have our last question of the evening, and this is very much the last question because it's almost 5 hours we've been going.
Yep. And my phone is down to 7%.
Not counting complete rebuilds and post-war sales, for the same configuration for seaplane tenders, a former World War II USNS Coast Guard cutter in 1988. Yeah. There was a Coast Guard. There was a former World War II, a former seaplane tender being used as a Coast Guard cutter in it's 1988.
Yeah, that sounds entirely reasonable. I mean, they're going to be a good, useful ship.
Yeah.
And the death of seaplanes was really quite sudden and unexpected. So it wasn't something where you were kind of planning for a degree of obsolescence or anything. Because to
be honest, they served a lot longer in terms of coast guards and those things for search and rescue. A lot longer until you had very long-range helicopters come in. Seaplanes were still your best option for picking people up from the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, and because it was the profusion of air bases around the world.
Yeah,
and helicopters, and the mass production of aircraft carriers. That kind of
made it viable.
Yeah,
made it an option.
And the creation of the intercontinental aircraft with the B-29.
Yeah.
So it was the combination of all of them, and I would say that even just a literal year or two before all of that stuff came into a kind of quite such massive existence. 43, 44, I would be happy, if I was then procuring a seaplane tender thinking I will be continuing to use seaplanes for 10, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that one's actually slightly interesting because the example I was trying to think of and quickly checking up on was HMS Scotland. And apparently she served till 1962, but because the Swedes apparently actually deemed float planes obsolete in about 43, 44, and that's why they wanted to convert her to a full AA ship.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just interesting that different groups had these different thoughts of, is the seaplane obsolete at this period?
It depends where you're operating. If you're operating in the Baltic, let's be honest, it is obsolete at that point. If you're operating in the Pacific or the Atlantic...
I guess, to a degree, were seaplanes ever really that useful for the Baltic in general, then, in that regard?
Mm-hmm.
Because
yes, because you only had a handful of air bases, and you've got with decent runways, and you've got a lot of small inlets and things that you could launch and land a small one in, and be reasonably sure of a fairly calm surface.
And here's the thing, Robert Dennett's surprised by this, but in the context of the Cold War, I'm not. In 78, they refitted her 5-inch 38s for 5-inch 54s. It makes perfect sense.
Well, then.
Of course you do.
When did the in the 1970s?
In 1978, they refitted her from 5-inch 38 to 5-inch 54s.
They waited that late?
And yeah, she lasted till 1988 in the service.
And no doubt she is now... You're going to have to imagine the inverted commas that I'm doing. In reserve somewhere, or a museum ship.
Mm-hmm.
Or waiting for scrapping. I loved the Swedes. The fact it feels like they have more museum ships than we do in the UK, and that they are suspiciously a lot of really rather modern ones that could be brought back into active service by about half a dozen engineers in about 2 hours, and most of that time is going to be just restocking the ammunition bins.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly the fuel
It
tanks.
in pristine condition, right? You can't let the historical value fade. Just ignore the fact that if you just remove these plugs, it's all of a sudden fully working. It's historical accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, it's the way that Ryan Szymanski they keep the New Jersey as if the crew had just walked off. Although that was one of the things. It was, which of the ships was it? It was at was it Christiansand, where we went through the ship and they literally did still have all the stuff on board from when the crew walked off. Like the semi-pornographic calendars and things in the crew's lockers and things were still there.
Mm-hmm.
It was
the things which made filming it a
because it was only from the 8th.
Interesting challenge.
Yeah, that was the one where it's you go to the engine room and it's just 3 huge jet turbines sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
With a control panel.
And you go, so if this is fuel, if I press that button, turn that key, press that button, and flick that switch, yeah.
Yep.
We're probably moving.
The radar and the 3-inch gun. Yeah. Totally just a museum piece.
Yeah.
Not to mention the very similar ships they had around Stockholm and Gothenburg. Obviously, there's the destroyer in Gothenburg.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'd hate to have what would it be? How many 4.7-inch guns and both as 40 mils and torpedoes and mines and missiles potentially. And the anti-submarine mortars.
Yeah,
that would just be useless in the Baltic if things got nasty. Now you just have none of the capabilities you need.
Yeah, there would be so many things problematic with that. So many.
Anyway,
let's carry on.
But
sorry. Yeah, I have used this time to look up the various things on the class that were probably involved in what we're talking about, the seaplane tenders, which will last a long time. Oh my lord, do they get up to some interesting things. The Norton Sound, which is, I think, the one we're talking about, was actually converted to... at one point, was converted to various things for testing VLS and Aegis combat systems. She had some of the first... Ensign Charlene Albright was one of the first women to serve, assigned to shipboard duty, served aboard Norton Sound. And, yeah, she basically tested all the stuff for the Ticos and the Arleigh Burkes. So it makes perfect sense for having weaponry installed. And her 5-inch 54. And when you look at what they did with that hull, they did us so much with that hull. But yes, the Kurtuk Class seaplane tenders were really in use for a long, long time. And they were laid down in 42, we think, launched in 43, 44, and commissioned 44, 45.
So they'd have got a bit of use, but not too much.
No, just a bit of use. Just a tad bit of use. They're just a little bit used.
Lightly used.
Lightly flexed.
Well, it's not like sort of Illustrious, who was just wrecked by the end of the war.
No.
From kind of having been most of it being bent and then bent back.
Yeah.
And then probably bent again.
Yes. Someone, obviously, at the beginning of World War II, told the Illustrious that she had to go break a leg, thinking it was a nice term to tell her because, of course, they were of an artistic temperament. Unfortunately, she took it literally.
Oops.
Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. And we have now been broadcasting, and I kid you not, for 5 hours and 3 minutes. So I think that has been a normal Bruships. Today, I think that means I have broadcast today for a total of roughly... I finished that at 5, so possibly about... I have done 9 hours. So across Twitch and YouTube. I hope you've all enjoyed. I hope you found it useful.
And for myself, I'm probably going to go a little bit longer because I still got gas in the tank, and I think I'm going to be lazy and bougie and order food. So
that sounds good to me. What are you ordering?
I'll probably be excessively bougie and get Five Guys.
Oh, that's very bougie. That's very bougie. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how much that's going to cost me.
Yeah. Well, in the nice way, in the UK, you can spend £16 to get a decent burger from them, just a burger. Yeah. So I know how much Five Guys costs.
Do you want to do you want to raid over to my channel on your way out the door?
I will do. Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you, Paul Amos, Greenwelly. Thank you, Moshkor. Thank you, Exterminator. Thanks, Ian Morrison. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, U40. Thank you, Paul and Steve, for doing all the transfers across this evening. I think Steve did the majority, but I'm sure Paul was in there helping out. And thank you to everyone who's been here tonight. Thank you, Robert Dennett. Thank you, John Shea. Thank you, Raptorat, Frank Barnwell. Thank you, everyone who's been chatting away. Thank you, of course, to Ruhnon, to Foxxo, to Dragon, to Dan, and please do send me a link. Ruhnon, you know you've got all the links set up because you put them in as things to put out.
Yes.
If you could email me, Discord me that list, so I can literally copy and paste it. I'd like to put in the description of the video. I'll put it in the video description.
Okay. Yeah. Easy-ish enough to do. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Hood and Bismarck. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Poseidon, the Fondle. Poseidon, I haven't seen you for a while. Hello. Thank you, everyone who's been here chatting away, and hope you enjoyed. Hope you found it fun, and take care. All right. And that should just about let that run for about 20 seconds. Thank you, everyone. Take care.